Good morning, sir.
Morning.
If you can please tell the jury your name.
Thomas G. Gonzalez Jr. Gonzalez, Gonzalez.
And where do you work?
I'm currently employed by the City of Tampa Police Department
How long have you been working with the City of Tampa Police Department?
since July of 2000.
And what are your current duties with the City of Tampa Police Department?
I'm a latent fingerprint specialist, so the vast majority of my time is dedicated to analyzing and comparing latent fingerprints and known fingerprints to other known fingerprints for the purposes of identification and elimination, processing evidence, photography and scanning, and writing reports and giving testimony.
What sort of training have you had in order to become a fingerprint specialist?
Well, upon being hired in July of 2000, I received approximately 2,000 hours of on-the-job training to learn how to document a crime scene using photography, collect and preserve evidence, and process evidence for latent fingerprints. As an identification technician at the same time, I was trained to analyze and compare ink-to-ink fingerprints for the purposes of identification and elimination. Upon being promoted in May of 2006, I received additional 1,000 hours of on-the-job training to learn how to analyze and compare latent fingerprints to known fingerprints for the purposes of identification and elimination. I took coursework in radiology, advanced latent fingerprint comparison and analysis, palm print searching and identification techniques, and courtroom testimony.
All right. Have you ever testified as an expert in court regarding fingerprint comparisons?
Yes, I have.
About approximately how many times?
Approximately 286 times.
All right. Pretty good approximation. Judge, I don't know if the defense has any questions.
No questions at this time.
Okay. Sir, if you can please explain to the jury what is a latent fingerprint?
Okay, a latent fingerprint is a chance occurrence when the moisture, which is mostly water but mixed with some oil, comes in contact with a surface, and it normally needs to be processed with some form of chemical or powder in order to be seen with the naked eye. Sometimes you can see these. I don't know if you ever touched your windows in the car accidentally and you can see all those smudges. Those are technically latent fingerprints. Or if you had a wine glass and touched it and held it up to the sun, you could probably see the latent fingerprint, but it still would needed to be processed with some form of chemical in order to be seen with the naked eye.
Now, are everyone's fingerprints individual to themselves?
Yes, each finger that you have has a different fingerprint. Each patch of skin, normally roughly the size of a dime, is very unique to yourself and to everyone else.
Does anyone have the same fingerprints?
With over 100 years of research and study, we have yet to find two people with the same fingerprints.
What is a known fingerprint?
A known fingerprints is basically taking some fingerprints of an individual that you want to get the known fingerprints of that individual. You take his hand, place it in a thin layer of printer's ink, and re-roll it onto a fingerprint card, or a lot of times it's done by computers nowadays.
Now, anytime you touch an item, do you leave a fingerprint?
Not necessarily. Well, there's many instances where you can touch an object and not leave a fingerprint or just a smudge of something that has no value whatsoever. Take for instance, if I were to touch this right here and then go down here like this, well, maybe the first couple times I touch it, there might be enough moisture on my hand to leave a latent fingerprint, but as it goes down, there's not going to be enough moisture to actually see a legible fingerprint. Or if by just my normal kind I were to accidentally wipe my hands like this and then were to touch it, there's nothing on my hand to transfer to this object here. Or the way I touch it. If I were to go like this, I would just be leaving one long smudge. Or if I were to touch an object one over the top of the other, it's just one latent fingerprint over the other latent fingerprint. And it's just a mishmash of ridges that you can't really tell the difference between.
All right. Are some surfaces more likely to hold on to prints versus others?
Well, take for instance, first I start off is like the smooth, hard surfaces, like glass is the best surfaces to leave behind latent fingerprints. A rough textured surface is not very good. Also, and then whatever happens to that surface after the latent fingerprint is left behind would determine how long it would last. That was part of your question. So, like if it was in the sun, a latent fingerprint is 95% water, they say, so it would dehydrate and over time.
What about, like, for instance, shell casings? Do you often get fingerprints from shell casings?
Not very often.
How often? Is it rare, or would you consider it?
Uh,
In your experience, how often have you ever received
Well,
them?
I've personally only identified a latent fingerprint once that I can recall
Off of a casing?
off of a case.
Okay.
Yeah. Off
So
of a case.
it's pretty rare because it's because of the way the casing is round and manufactured and small and all of that. Would that be part of the reason, or?
I can only speculate logically as to that. I mean, due to it being a round surface and it being very thin, depending on the shell casing itself, could determine that particular reason. I mean, normally when I analyze latent fingerprints from casings, I'm only getting so many ridges, so it's very hard. It's usually not enough to identify. Also, it's a lot of smudges, or more likely, there's just nothing there. It's just like 90% of the time, there's just nothing on the casing whatsoever for some reason.
Okay. Now, were you involved in the investigation into the death of Nilexia Alexander, the case we're here for today?
Well, I did the latent fingerprints in this case.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Did you have some involvement in the
Yes, that's
investigation?
correct.
Okay. And so you were just saying, what was your involvement with this?
I analyzed the latent fingerprints and other ink-to-ink fingerprints in this case.
Now, how is that done? Like, how do you receive these fingerprints? Do you go out there and actually get the fingerprints yourself?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you rely on crime scene investigators to pick up the
Yes.
fingerprints?
All the evidence in this case was processed by a crime scene technician, as far as I know.
Okay. And so how do you get these prints? How does it work?
Well, they're dropped off in our latent box. That's under lock and key. When they come in, we log them into our database, and then we start determine if they're even of value for comparison purposes.
And and you just mentioned that if they're even of value, is it oftentimes that what you believe or what someone may have lifted and think is a valuable print turns out to be not of any value?
I would say yes. The vast majority of time, the latent fingerprints aren't of comparison value. Yes.
Okay. And so to be of comparison value, what do you need to be able to have something that you can say is of comparable value?
Well, the quantity determines basically the clarity of the ridges, and how well I'm able to follow those ridges determines how many ridges I'm going to need in order to accurately compare them for the purposes of identification. So the more clarity I have, the less ridges in sequence that I would need. If the ridges aren't very clear, then I'm going to need way more ridges in sequence.
All right. What evidence did you receive in this case to compare?
I received a latent photo CD and latent lift prints.
All right, explain to the jury what is the difference between latent photo CDs and latent lift prints.
Am I allowed to show them?
Sure.
Okay. So this is what I would consider a latent envelope, and inside here are processed latent fingerprints from whatever object it was. They were processed with a powder. They're lifted with tape and placed on a card, and the crime scene techs writes what's on the back of them. And on a latent CD, this is from evidence that's been processed normally inside our, I'm going to call it the lab, and it's usually processed more with chemicals, and then those latent fingerprints that they believed could be of comparison value are photographed, and then they're placed on a CD, and then we look at them on a computer.
And then you look at them through a computer?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you receive in this particular case?
Well, I received these, and I received some court-rolled prints from the state attorney's office.
Okay. What evidence did you receive initially on the investigation in this case? How many latent prints
Oh,
did you?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to have to refer to, if you want the exact numbers of latent fingerprints.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
If you need to refresh your recollection
All
with
right.
your report, that's
It's
fine.
on our report. On the latent CD, there was approximately 6 latent that were photographed, 6 latents multiple times. I determined that 5 of those were of no comparison value, and 1 was of comparison value on the CD.
Okay.
And on the latent lifts, that with the tape and the black powder, I received approximately 32 latents. I determined 28 were of no comparison value, and 4 were of comparison value.
Okay. So that's a pretty small number compared to all the prints that you received. You only had a total of basically 5 that were of comparable value.
Yes.
Is that right? All right. Did you also come to court at some point and roll the prints of Ronnie Walker?
Yes, it did.
And when you do that, how does that work? How do you roll the prints?
I was asked to come to court. I moved to the court print section. They usually have a little print board. I went to the print board with the Mr. Walker. Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Walker, and
Yeah.
you roll them so that you can get, and you know how to do it so that you make sure you get the value of
That
prints
is
that
correct.
you need.
Yes.
All right, and you use ink. Is that right for this?
Yes.
Okay. Is that kind of standard? What people do when they roll prints is ink?
It's becoming less and less standard. It's still standard for us as latent examiners because we can move the finger a little differently on a bigger platform than the glass that is on most computer type print boards.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35 for identification and ask you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is the court rolled prints I rolled of Ronnie Walker.
All right. And does it appear to be pretty much in the same condition as when you rolled it on that back then?
Yes,
Right.
except for the red writing that I did that same day later on.
I was about to ask you, so that red writing, that was in fact, you wrote that on there?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Judge, moved that State's Exhibit number 35 admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Says 35, yes, it will be amended to state 35 without objection.
All right, I'm going to show you what's previously been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 34 and ask if you recognize this.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is what I labeled as photo number 22, which I later compared to the court rolled prints.
Okay. Now, this photograph typical of what you do when you get the CD? This is what they look like on the CD. Is that right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
What happened in this particular case is that I moved it to a black and white. Okay. And normally on the CD, the photograph is probably from a little farther away, and so I cropped it in this particular case, and then I printed it out.
And you print it up. And this is what you use to make the comparison?
That and the computer screen itself.
Okay. And how are these comparisons done?
So I used my computer screen, the photograph, and the court rolled prints to compare the ridges in sequence in the particular photograph, the computer screen, and what I rolled in court, and made sure that whatever I compared had the same sequence, or if they were different, I would have excluded it.
Okay. And were you able to make a comparison with that photo, photo 22, with the known rolled prints?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
That the same individual that I rolled in court created the latent fingerprint, and it was the number 2 right index finger.
All right. And when you received that fingerprint, does it tell you where that print was obtained?
On the back of the CD, it said photo number 22, button of turtle wax carpet and mat cleaner.
Okay. Now you didn't actually do it yourself, so you don't know. You're relying on what you're told or what comes to you when you go to process it. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I did not see or conduct any of the processing of any of the items in
And
this
so,
case.
and that was the only comparable print off the CD, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. You also had a number of print cards, correct?
Yes.
And you found 4 of those were of comparable value.
Yes.
Did you compare those prints with the 4 prints that were of comparable value from the latent or from the print cards?
From the print cards. I mean, I compared those four to, I believe, 1, 2, 3 individuals, and I
Okay.
excluded all 3 of the individuals.
And who were those 3 individuals?
A Creed, Robert, a Ronnie Walker, and a Alexander. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Nilexia.
Nilexia Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay. So those from the print cards that you were able to get comparable prints, you compared them with all 3 of those individuals, and you were unable to identify those prints as coming from any of those individuals. Is
Yeah,
that
I
correct?
excluded those individuals from these,
Okay.
meaning that they did not create the 4 latent fingerprints from the latent fingerprint cards.
All right. Judge, if I may have a moment.
Yes, sir.
All right, and one final question. When it comes to, you had mentioned the casings, and so you've been doing this for 25 years, basically.
Well, I didn't start until July of 2000, so 19 years in
Okay.
latent fingerprints.
And so in 19 years, you started in when? July of 2000?
April of May 2006, I'm sorry.
2006, okay. So in 20 years or 19 years, you've only been able, in that whole time, to find one print off of a casing that you were able to make a comparison. Is that correct?
Well, that was just me.
Right.
But yes.
Okay. All right, no further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Well, Mr. Terry just asked you about prints on casings. You said that was just you. You're not the only person that is a latent print examiner at TPD. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I said we have 3 other latent examiners.
Okay. And I assume you have 3 others now, and there may have been others over the years that you've worked with TPD that are no longer there.
That is correct.
Okay. And so when you were testifying about the time that you get involved in the case, this is after the investigation is done at the scene. You're never someone that goes out to the scene in the cases.
That is, well, I used to, obviously.
Okay.
But I don't anymore, except for this one time when the bank got robbed across the street from us. But I haven't been to a crime scene since that.
Okay. Other than a rare exception,
That is-
especially in this case, you didn't go out to the scene.
No, I did not.
And if they would have impounded a vehicle and processed that vehicle, even though that may not be that far from where your office is, you don't go out and assist the techs with what they're doing.
That is correct. I did.
So as far as the decision-making process of what areas to actually process for prints and what to collect, that's being done through the detectives and the crime scene techs dealing with the evidence.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You're only involved after they basically like submit it to your ID section and it gets assigned to either you or one of the other 3 techs, latent examiners, I'm sorry.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so you said that you received these potential latent prints in 2 different formats, being the CD and then the actual cards that you received.
Yes, that is correct.
And as you testified earlier, where those latents are taken from, you're relying on whatever the tech writes is the location of those latents.
Yes, that is correct.
The first process you go through is to determine whether these are even of comparison value.
Yes, that is correct.
And you said most of the time, the majority of what you receive isn't even of comparable value to you.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as making the determination of who to compare these unknown latents to that are of comparison value, you don't make that decision either. That's the detectives that give you the known prints.
Yes, or the state attorney's office.
Okay, or the state attorney's office.
That is correct.
So in this case, you were initially only given the known prints of Ronnie Walker and Nilexia Alexander. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
It wasn't until later on in the process that you ended up getting the known print of Robert Creed to then conduct the same comparison that you did previously to Mr. Walker and Miss Alexander.
Yes, that is correct.
The only print that I guess you identify is this one that you say is the number 2 right index for Mr. Walker that was on the CD that you then printed out onto a card.
Yes, that is correct.
And you said that you did a little bit to the latent by zooming in and then doing it black and white. What was the purpose of that?
Well, some latent examiners have a hard time comparing a yellow or green latent fingerprint to something that is black and white. So all our prints have to be verified. So I changed it to black and white for I don't know if easiest is the proper term for someone else to compare,
Okay.
but I guess that's what I'm gonna have to say.
Okay, so it was to assist in your ability to compare that latent print with the known print
Yes,
for either you or whoever comes later that's going to also look at the print.
I would say that's fairly accurate. Yes.
Okay. And then it seems like there are additional latent prints that you found of comparison value, but you were not able to identify.
Yes, that is correct.
So you identify one, and then there's 4 you're not able to identify.
Yes, that is correct.
And those 4 that you were not able to identify are also related to different areas on the Ford Fusion, is what's notated by the crime scene tech.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when Mr. Terry was asking you about potential latents on casings, the decision to try to process casings or not, that is not something you're involved in. Again, that would be the detective and the crime scene tech.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. If I could have one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Are you ready?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Next witness, please, excuse.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
thank you.
Next state, will be calling your next witness.
State called Jayla Green.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
State, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Green.
Good morning.
If you can please tell the jury your name.
Jayla Green,
And Ms. Green, where do you live?
Miami.
How long have you been living down in Miami?
Couple months.
All right. And prior to living in Miami, where did you live?
In Tampa.
Okay. Did you grow up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. How old are you now?
17.
Okay. Did you know Nilexia Alexander?
Yes.
How did you know her?
Cousins.
You're all cousins. Did you see her from time to time back when she was alive?
We stayed together.
You stayed together? All right, so you had plenty of time to see her and know her.
Yes, sir.
You're very familiar with her.
Yes, sir.
Did you all hang out sometimes together?
Yes, sir.
All right, she was around the same age as you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back when Nilexia Alexander was killed, did you talk to the police?
Yes, sir.
Did you let the police know about a phone that Nilexia had?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that she had a phone that she hadn't told the other family members about?
No, sir.
Okay. The phone that you told about, how did you know about that phone?
We were asleep in our bedroom, and I seen a light come on. And prior to that, we both broke our phones at Adventure Island. So I realized that that light is coming from an electronic device.
Okay. And that's how you realized she had a phone? And did you later learn or know that she used that phone to call 911?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell the detective about that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Green, I'm going to show you a quick video and ask you to take a look at it and I'll ask you a question about it afterwards. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Keep watching. It'll still keep going. Ms. Green, do you recognize the person that was in that video?
Yes, sir.
And who was that person?
Nilexia.
All right. And you're positive about that?
Yes, sir.
Want to have a moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Green, thank you.
Thank you.
They're going to ask you a question, so you need to wait.
Okay, sorry.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge, yes. Hi, good morning, Ms. Green.
Good morning.
I just have a couple of quick questions for you. This phone that Miss Alexander had, you said you knew she previously had a phone, but either got lost or broken.
Yes, it got broken because we both went to Adventure Islands.
Adventure Islands.
Yes.
Okay. The phones that Miss Alexander used, did she use social media a lot on the phones?
Yes.
And when I say social media, I'm talking about Instagram, Snapchat, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Was that pretty common for her to do?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So know that you're okay. We just need to make sure the record's clear. Mr. Terry asked you about an incident that you were aware of where Miss Alexander called 911. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to make clear that 911 call had nothing to do with the night that she was shot.
No, ma'am.
That had something to do with some other boys that she got into an argument with.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was sometime in either April or sometime before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor? Nothing else. Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Yes, no objection.
Ma'am, you're free to finish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, call your witness.
The state will call Ashley Alexander.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Ashley Alexander.
Ma'am, are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you work?
Call center.
Okay. How long have you done that?
22 years.
22 years? If you can get
Yes,
closer to the
ma'am.
microphone, please. And,
Turn that microphone down too.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So ma'am, I'd like to ask you, do you know or did you know Nilexia Alexander?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know her?
I was her mother.
Okay. And were you her biological mother?
No,
How did you come in contact with Nilexia Alexander?
I adopted her.
And how did you go about that process?
I was her foster mother.
If you could look this way, ma'am. Okay, thank you. You were her foster mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long were you her foster mother?
2 years.
2 years. When did you become Nilexia Alexander's foster mom? What age was she?
She was 2.
She was
2 years old.
2 years old. In the foster, when you go through the foster mother process, does it automatically go to a point where you can then adopt the child, or how did it happen in this particular situation?
She went through the foster care. Her parents lost legal rights, and I was able to adopt her.
Her parents did what?
Lost their legal rights.
Okay. And you were able to adopt her?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you make the decision to do so?
I fell in love with Nilexia and her sister.
Okay. How old was Nilexia when she was ultimately adopted?
4.
And you said that you fell in love with her and her sister. How old was her sister?
1.
Okay. How old were you when you adopted Nilexia Alexander and her sister?
I was 27.
You were 27 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have other children?
No, ma'am.
Were you married?
No, ma'am.
You just elected to adopt 2 children
Yes,
on your
ma'am.
own?
Can we approach?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did Nilexia start asking you about her father?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. And did that lead you to then have a conversation with Nilexia?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you tell her that she was adopted?
Yes.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustaining objection.
Did you have a conversation with Nilexia about her biological parents?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And based on that, did that cause some type of reaction from Nilexia?
Yes, ma'am.
Relevance.
Overruled.
I'll ask you again. Did that cause some kind of reaction from Nilexia?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that reaction?
She started running away.
Okay. And do you personally know why she was running away?
Looking for her parents.
Okay. At what age did she begin to do this?
11.
Okay. And when this would happen, when Nilexia would run away, did you file any type of report or notification?
Every time.
I'll sustain that.
Okay. Did you make it clear to the police that she was running away?
Yes, ma'am.
Relevant since he hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay. On April the 23rd of 2023, did you receive a call from law enforcement?
April 23rd, 2022.
April 23rd of 2022, did you receive a call from law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, from Tampa Police Department.
I'm sorry, say
From
that?
TPD, yes.
Okay. And when you received that call, did law enforcement tell you why?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time, when you received that call, was Nilexia Alexander at home on that day?
No, ma'am, she was not.
Okay. Based on that phone call, did you have to respond to a particular location?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where did you respond to?
East 29th and Lake.
Okay. And is that in the Belmont Heights area?
It is.
Okay. And did you come in contact with anyone when you went to that location?
Other than the police department and Nilexia.
Okay, so you came in contact with law enforcement and Nilexia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to listen to the April the 23rd, 2022 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
And the individual that called 911, do you recognize the voice of that person?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that person?
That was not Lexi. It was Lexi. It was Lexi.
Okay. And you call her Lexi, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But her official name is Nilexia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone number that she called from, this 813-447-6234, is that a number that you had bought the phone for?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's a number you were not aware of, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the area that you picked up Nilexia, this Belmont Heights area?
Yes, ma'am.
You are familiar with that area?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with that area?
I'm from East Temple, and I have family that stays in Belmont Heights.
Okay. Well, I would like to publish State Exhibit 3A1, Your Honor. Thank you. For the record, 35207, this individual walking towards a vehicle. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
The walk, the hair, the ponytail.
Okay. Who is that?
That's Nilexia.
Okay. Do you recognize this vehicle
No, ma'am, I do
that
not.
she's walking towards? Okay. Publishing State Exhibit 3B.
Granted.
Do you recognize the individual depicted in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
That's Nilexia.
Okay.
That's Nilexia.
Okay. And do you recognize her in any particular way, based on any particular thing?
Her walk, her hair,
Okay.
skin tone.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you recognize this vehicle?
No, ma'am, I do not. This vehicle here, do you recognize it? No, ma'am, I do not.
Did you know, and I'm talking about in May of 2022, did you know Ronnie Walker?
No, ma'am.
Did you know Robert Creed?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I remember the questions.
Cross-examination.
No, we have no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. The state should be calling next witness.
The state would call Pauline Sterling.
for the jurors. Jurors left, y'all may be seated. Thank you. Court's in recess for 5.
we're almost ready.
All right, here she comes now. Very good. You all set?
I am, thank you.
TJ, whenever you can get one on the up. Yes, sir.
All rise for the jurors.
That's great. Jury's returned. You all may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I imagine in that short time there was no issues with the court's previous instructions about contact or speaking with anyone immediately. Very good. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Pauline Sterling.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, okay.
You ready, Ms. Bassett?
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Pauline Sterling,
Okay. Ma'am, where do you live? Well, what part of town do you live?
in Ocala,
Okay. Well, back in May of 2022, where did you live?
in Ocala,
Okay. Where did you work?
in Tampa,
Can you get closer to the microphone, please?
in Tampa,
Okay. On May the 6th of 2022, what business or what establishment did you work at?
Tampa General Hospital,
How long had you worked at Tampa General Hospital?
probably a year, 6 months to a year.
And what did you do there?
EVS, Environmental Services Aid,
Okay. Well, when you were working there, did you come in contact with someone named Erica?
yes,
And have you since learned that her last name is Sweet?
yes.
Okay. How did you come in contact with her?
We worked together in the same department.
Okay. And were you friendly? And
We
did you
became
talk?
friendly, nothing past the job.
Okay. On May the 6th of 2022, did you have a conversation with Erica Sweet?
Yes,
And would that have been around the time frame of 3 p.m.?
yes, when we were getting off of work.
Okay. And based on that conversation, did anything transpire? Did anything happen?
She asked me,
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Based on that conversation, did you come in contact with a person?
yes,
Who did you come in contact with?
her boyfriend.
Okay. Do you remember what his name was?
No,
Okay. Did you get into a vehicle with him?
yes.
How did that come about?
Erica asked me to get in the car with him.
Okay. And was it for him to give you a ride somewhere?
Yes,
Where did he give you a ride to?
to my car,
Where was your car?
up the road in Tampa General parking lots that they give you.
So is there like a shuttle or something that's
Yes.
supposed to take you from where you are to your car?
Yes,
And is that what happened?
yes. I missed 2 shuttles and went with her boyfriend.
Okay. And while you were getting into the car, were you on the phone with Erica Sweet?
Yes,
And what was the phone number you had for her? Was it a 305 number?
yes,
Do you still have that number in your phone today?
yes,
And for the record, is that 305-910-9779?
yes,
And we've previously confirmed that?
yes.
Okay. When you got into the vehicle, where were you seated?
In the front
Front where? Passenger?
passenger.
Okay. And was someone else in the vehicle?
Yes,
And who was that? Do you know?
no,
Okay. Did that person who was in the front passenger seat do anything upon your arrival?
yes. He got out the back and went back to the front seat.
Okay, after you were dropped off. Is that what
Yes,
you're talking
after
about?
I was dropped off.
He got out of the back seat and got into the front passenger seat, correct?
Yes, that's when I learned he was in the car.
Okay. Otherwise, you didn't notice him?
No.
Okay. The person who was actually driving the car that day, was it in fact Erica Sweet's boyfriend?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Okay. Now, have you had an opportunity to watch video from Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, when the marshals came.
Okay. I am showing you what is in evidence as State Exhibit 17B. Let's see if I shut this down first. Okay, let's try again. Any help? No? I don't know. Oh, this might work. Let's see. Is this the vehicle that you got into?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is happening? This individual, is that the individual that you saw get out of the back seat and get into the front seat after you got out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this in fact a particular area at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, it's the front.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you doing at this point?
I'm handing the phone to her boyfriend
Okay.
on speakerphone.
Okay.
Can we just put the time on the record, perhaps?
Could you say that again a little louder?
I'm handing the phone to her boyfriend
Okay.
on speakerphone.
All right.
I'm asking for a timestamp on the video for the record.
Right now I don't have one. Okay. So, you hand a phone to Ronnie Walker at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Ma'am, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State Exhibit 17. It's sort of a composite exhibit. Are you the person depicted in these stills?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prior to this day, had you met the individual that was the driver?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The individual that was driving the vehicle, showing you state exhibits. Shouldn't it be the document? For the element? The document, I guess. There you go. Thank you. State Exhibit E1. Is that the individual that was driving the vehicle?
Yes.
State Exhibit E4, is that the individual?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Rose?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Erling, if you can bear with me for just a quick moment. All right, thank you. I'm sorry about that. Good morning, ma'am. How are you today?
Good.
Good. I'm putting back up on the screen States Exhibit 17B, and this is the video that you just watched where you identified yourself coming into contact with that black car, correct?
Yeah.
And this is at that valet area at the Tampa General Hospital.
Yes.
And just so that we have everything on the record perfectly clear, I'm pausing the video. You've identified yourself, but can you identify what are you wearing? What is something distinctive that we're seeing when you've identified yourself in this video?
I had a blue bag in my hand, children's place.
Okay, and are you also wearing, it looks like maybe a protective mask over your face at
Yes.
the time? Okay. And you at the time were working at Tampa General with Erica Sweet, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular day, May the 6th of 2022, Miss Sweet left work early that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that why you, in fact, ended up going out to the car where Mr. Walker was?
Yes.
All right. And just so that we're clear, no one forced you to get into that car, right?
She offered me a ride. No
Right.
one forced me.
Okay,
No one
so
forced me.
they've offered you a
Yes.
ride because you missed your shuttle.
Yes.
Okay.
She offered me a ride.
Erica Sweet did.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Walker, who was driving the vehicle, did he offer to give you a ride as well?
Yes.
Okay. When you got into the vehicle, you got into that front seat passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Walker drove you where?
Up the street to my parking lot.
To where your car was?
Yes.
Okay. And I certainly know you were not looking for this at the time, but when you were inside the car, did you see anything like blood anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see any bullet holes anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any shell casings or any gun components anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No objection.
You're free to go, ma'am.
Thank you.
State and call your next witness.
Stand up, call Melissa Levine.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Terry, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Melissa Levine, and my last name is Lavigne.
All right, and Ms. Levine, where are you currently employed?
I am in the biology section of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Tampa Bay region
How long have you been working there?
since 2007.
What do you do there?
Currently, I'm a forensic technologist, but I've also was a senior crime laboratory analyst, which was my position when I issued the reports. I examined items of evidence and tried to develop DNA profiles from those items.
All right. What is forensic serology and DNA analysis?
So forensic serology is when I examine items of evidence for possible body fluids such as semen, saliva, and blood. And forensic DNA analysis is when I examine those items of evidence to try to develop DNA profiles.
Now, at the time, you just kind of quickly went over, at the time you submitted these reports, what was your title at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I was a senior crime laboratory analyst.
All right, you're not in that position anymore?
Correct.
And that was was that for personal reasons, or?
Yes, for family obligations, I needed a little bit more freedom, so I requested to step down to a less demanding position.
Okay, but it had nothing to do with performance or anything like that,
Correct. It was by my request.
All right. What sort of training and education and background do you have?
So I have my bachelor's in biology, or bachelor's of science in biology from Florida State University. And some courses relevant to crime laboratory analyst is biochemistry, genetics, statistics, and molecular biology. Did you also ask me my training, or no?
No, I was just sort of talking, but you know what I did? What
Okay.
sort of training did you have, too?
I also completed the training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. It's a two-part process. The first part is when I do practice samples, which is a test on non-evidence samples. I read published literature. The second part is supervised casework, where I do examine items of evidence with a qualified analyst. And during both phases, I have to pass written and oral assessments.
All right, and have you passed all those assessments?
Yes, I did.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do not.
Okay. What sort of duties does a DNA analyst have?
So a DNA analyst will examine items of evidence. The analyst will write written reports and publish or testify when needed.
All right. Is the lab you work at, is that accredited?
It is.
And approximately how many DNA analysis have you done, you think, in your career?
Oh, I have processed over 1,000 samples.
And as part of your work at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have a continuing training or continuing educational training as part of that?
Yes, for a crime laboratory analyst, I did.
Okay. And you don't have that as much anymore?
No, it's not part of my current position.
All right. And back when you were in that position, had mentioned earlier you take proficiency tests. Did you continue to have to take those every year while you were working there?
Yes, as a crime laboratory analyst, I had to take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed every proficiency test you've been given?
I have.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert on DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times would you say you've done that?
Over 80 times.
All right. And is that some of that here in Hillsborough County and other counties as well?
Yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd turn to the witness if they have any questions.
I have no blood dye or enlistment.
Thank you. So, Ms. Line, if you can, please explain to the jury in the most simplest terms possible, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a code found in all of our cells except for red blood cells, and it makes us who we are. It's inherited. You get half from your mother and half from your father, and only identical twins will have the same DNA.
Okay. And where is DNA found? You said in every cell other than red blood cells?
Yes, all of our cells except for red blood cells, but within blood are white blood cells which do contain DNA.
Okay. What is the method of DNA testing that you used?
The type of testing I did was called STR testing.
And what is STR testing?
STR testing stands for short tandem repeat. I test specific areas of the DNA that are repeated over and over again.
Right. How long has STR testing been used?
Since the early 1990s.
And is it generally accepted in the forensic science community?
Yes, it is the most widely used.
Now, when did you first become involved in the Ronnie Walker case?
May I review my notes, please? The first items were submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on May 25th of 2022.
And what items were you given to analyze initially?
I received fingernail clippings from the left hand and right hand, swabs from a tropical fantasy bottle mouth area, or mouthpiece, excuse me, swab of left hand, swab of right hand, swabs of red substance from evidence marker 1, swabs from suspected blood from marker E, a black jacket with a hanger, swabs from interior DSR door, buccal swabs from Ronnie Walker, and a stain card from Nilexia Alexander.
And what does a stain card mean, just so the jury understands?
A stain card is what I use as a known standard. So it is liquid blood taken directly from an individual and dried down onto a card. I use that for comparison purposes, so the DNA profile I get from that item is that individual's DNA profile.
All right, and the same with the buccal swab, what is that?
Buccal swab is also a known standard. It's taken from the inside of someone's mouth, so the DNA profile that I get from a buccal swab will be that person's profile.
And how are these items received by your office?
They are submitted by a contributing agency, and they are sealed and routed to me.
All right. And is it kept secure at your facility?
Yes, once the items of evidence are received, they are stored in the evidence vault. When I am assigned the case, I will check out the evidence from the vault and take it into my custody. When I'm not actively working the items, I store them in a secure locker.
Are all these items packaged individually?
The ones that I listed, yes.
Judge, may we approach real quick, Ms. Dunker and I?
Yes.
So, when did you receive these items at your office? When?
May 25th, 2022.
All right. And when did you start working on them?
June 15th, 2022.
Okay. What type of instrument do you use at Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I'm sorry. I processed some evidence on June 15th, 2022, but I also processed some on June 8th, 2022.
All right. So again, what type of instrument do you all use there?
So I do use various types of instruments. One of the instruments that I use is called a genetic analyzer. That's what I run my DNA sample through to develop my DNA profile.
All right. And are these instruments inspected and certified on a regular basis?
Yes, they are.
All right. Now, of the known samples that you received, the buccal swab from Ronnie Alexander and the stain card from Nilexia Alexander, I'm sorry, Ronnie Walker and the stain card from Nilexia Alexander, were you able to develop a known profile from these individuals?
Yes, I got complete DNA profiles from both standards.
All right. Now, let's go through these items that you received, and we'll kind of go through them individually to get your results. So let's start with, you mentioned you received fingernail clippings, correct?
I did.
All right, so we'll start with the fingernail clippings you received. Were you able to develop a DNA profile from any of those fingernail clippings?
I did. I got a complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual.
Okay. And were you able to make a comparison with that female individual?
Yes, I compared it to Nilexia Alexander, and it was a match. So she is expected to be a donor to this DNA profile because it came from her, and there was no foreign results.
Okay. And that's what I was going to ask you. So there was no foreign DNA in those fingernails?
Correct. So all the information I received from those items matched the DNA profile from Nilexia Alexander.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 21 and ask if you can take a look inside there. First of all, do you recognize any markings on that envelope?
I do. It has the unique FDLE case number as well as my initials and date.
All right, and what are the items in that?
So they are FDL items number 2 and the samples collected from item 2, which were the fingernail clippings and clipper.
Okay. And are those in fact the items that you analyzed?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time I move to have State's Exhibit number 21 admitted into evidence.
Any objections? Will be admitted to State 21.
Now, you said she was an expected donor. What does that mean?
So when an item is taken directly from an individual, I would expect that person to be there. So for example, if someone collected a sample from my hand and I ran that for DNA, I would expect my profile to be there. So when I compare my DNA profile to the sample from my hand and it's a match, that means there's nothing foreign. If I happen to run the sample and there was DNA types in addition to me, that would be called foreign because those DNA types did not belong to me, so they were foreign to me.
And do you still verify that the DNA is consistent with the expected donor whenever you do these verifications?
Yes, I always compare the person who is expected to be there before I compare to another individual.
All right. Let's go to the next item that you analyzed, the swab of Tropical Fantasy Bottle mouthpiece. Is that correct?
Yes,
So you weren't given the bottle itself, you were given a swab?
that is correct.
Describe for the jury what these swabs look like or what they're like.
So swabs are very similar to a cotton tip swab that you can get at the grocery store. Most of the time they have a longer stick and just a swab on one side. However, we do get swabs with cotton on both ends. You can sometimes see these types of swabs in doctors' offices, but they're just cotton swabs that are used to collect sample.
All right. And are they kept securely encased?
Yes, once I receive the item, it is secured.
Okay. So this swab of the Tropical Fantasy Bottle mouthpiece, were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab of that bottle?
Yes, I had a complete DNA profile that was consistent with a female individual.
And were you able to make a comparison with Nilexia Alexander in this case?
Yes, I compared the DNA profile from the mouthpiece of the bottle to Nilexia Alexander, and it was a match.
All right. Was there any foreign DNA on that bottle, on that swab?
It was only a single source profile, so all the DNA types that were on the bottle are consistent with Nilexia Alexander.
And do you calculate a statistical probability of a match when you make these findings?
The statistic I do is called a likelihood ratio. All that is it compares two different scenarios given the DNA evidence and expresses which is more likely.
And what did you determine on that particular swab the statistical probability was?
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Nilexia Alexander than from an unrelated individual. I know that's a mouthful, so I can break it down for you. So the two scenarios I'm comparing is if the DNA originated from Nilexia Alexander, and the other scenario I'm comparing is if the DNA originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. So again, the statistic is the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Nilexia Alexander than from an unrelated individual.
Okay. And you said greater than 700 billion. Is 700 billion basically where you all do the cutoff at that point?
Yes, it's our standard operating procedure. If the number is greater than 700 billion, it's capped there, and we just report out greater than 700 billion.
All right, thank you. The next item it looks like you analyzed was the item 6, which appears to be the swab of the left hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What did you find with regards to this swab?
So I did a test for the chemical indications of blood, and then I did receive chemical indications of blood, and then I did DNA analysis on that item.
All right. And what did you find with regards to the swab?
So the DNA results from that item demonstrated the presence of a mixture. And again, I expected Nilexia Alexander to be present because it came from her hand. So I compared her to the mixture, and she is present in the mixture. There were foreign DNA results to her, which just means there was other DNA types that did not match her.
Okay. Did you make any comparison with that foreign DNA?
No, I did not. They were very low level, so due to the limited nature of these results, this data is not interpretable.
So data not interpretable means you just couldn't make a comparison one way or the other, excluding or including any individual.
Correct.
So it's that small amount of a foreign DNA.
Correct. So there was just too little information for me to be able to use it for comparison purposes.
Now you had mentioned about a chemical indication of blood. Do you routinely check every sample to determine if the DNA is from blood or another source?
Not always, but if there is staining on the swab, I can test it to see if it's possible blood. Or if I have an article of clothing and there's some staining, I do have the ability to test to see if there's possible blood.
Right. And why did you test this particular sample for blood?
There should be staining, but let me verify my notes. Yes, I did see some red-brown staining, so I did test for blood.
Okay. Going to the next item, item 7. This was a swab of the right hand, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were your findings for that particular item?
This item also gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. And then I did DNA analysis on this item as well.
All right, what was the DNA results?
The DNA results obtained from this item was a mixture. Again, I expected Nilexia Alexander to be a contributor to the mixture, and she is observed in the mixture. I did receive foreign DNA results to Nilexia Alexander.
Were those interpretable?
No, those foreign results were also limited and not suitable for, the data was not interpretable.
Now, item 8 is described as swabs of red substance from evidence marker number 1, correct?
Yes,
Did you test this item?
I did.
Now, do you provide the description of the items, or is that how they come to you?
It is how they come to me.
Okay, so when you receive the item and you pull it out of evidence, it will give just a general description of it normally?
Yes.
Okay. What were your findings to item 8, red substance from evidence marker 1?
I received a complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual.
All right. Did you compare that profile with anyone of the known samples?
Yes, I compared it to Nilexia Alexander, and it was a match.
And did you determine a statistical ratio with this particular item?
I did.
And
The,
what was that?
the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Nilexia Alexander than from an unrelated individual.
Now, item 9. What was item 9?
Swabs of suspected blood marked E.
All right. And what did you do with that particular item?
I also tested that for the chemical indications of blood, and it was positive for the chemical indications of blood. I then tested for DNA analysis.
And what did you find?
A complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual.
And did you compare that with the known standard of Nilexia Alexander?
I did.
And
The DNA profile matches the DNA profile from Nilexia Alexander.
All right. Now, item 10 is a little bit different. It's not a swab. What was item 10?
It was a black jacket with a hanger.
All right. And did you, what did you do with that? Since it doesn't come to you as a swab, you're just basically given a black jacket. What are you doing with that?
So I first look at the item of evidence and see if there's any staining I can possibly test for a body fluid such as blood. I did test for the chemical indications of blood, but it failed to give me chemical indications of blood.
Okay. So what else did you do anything else with the jacket?
I did. I then collected sample to possibly see who may have worn the item. So those are known as wearer swabs.
And how is that done?
So I just take a cotton swab and I moisten it with sterile DI water and I rub it against the item in areas that might come next to someone's skin. So in this instance, I swabbed the jacket collar and wrist cuffs because anyone who's wearing that may rub some skin cells onto those areas of the jacket. So I take my swab and I rub it on those items to try to transfer any DNA from the area onto my swab to use for DNA testing.
And were you able to obtain any DNA from those swabs?
Yes, I obtained a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
All right. Did you compare that results with any of the known profiles you had?
I did.
And what did you find?
So I compared the DNA profile of Ronnie Walker to the mixture, and he is included as a possible contributor.
Was he a major donor or major contributor?
I have to verify that. So in my mixture interpretation, there is a step where the amount each contributor is contributing to the mixture is estimated. So for example, if I have a mixture, one person can contribute 75%, one person can contribute 24%, and one person can contribute 1%. So within this mixture, Ronnie Walker is consistent with contributing, I think it was 58%. Approximately 59%, which is the individual who contributed the most to the mixture.
All right. And what did you determine the statistical probability of that mixture being Ronnie Walker?
So the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Ronnie Walker and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. And I'll break this down again because it's a little different from what we heard before. So again, it's a mixture consistent with 3 individuals. So the first scenario I'm comparing is if Ronnie Walker and 2 unrelated individuals may have left the DNA because that makes up the 3. And the other scenario I'm comparing is just 3 unrelated individuals.
Okay. So would you consider that a match for the Ronnie Walker to the DNA found on the jacket?
So for mixtures, we use the word included, and Ronnie Walker is included as a possible contributor to the jacket.
All right, there's in this first submission, there was one other item that was submitted. It says swab of interior DSR door, correct?
Yes.
And that was item 11. What did you do with that particular item?
I also tested this item for the chemical indications of blood, and I did receive chemical indications for blood, and then I did DNA analysis.
All right, so it was positive for blood?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what did you find in the DNA analysis of item 11?
For this item, I obtained a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
All right. And did you make a comparison with that item with the known samples that you had of Nilexia Alexander and Ronnie Walker?
Yes, I first compared the standard of Ronnie Walker to this mixture. It was represented as being from his vehicle. So since it's from his vehicle, I'm expecting him to be there, so I used him as his standard as an expected donor. I compared his profile to the mixture, and his profile is observed in the mixture. I then compared it to Nilexia Alexander.
And what did you find with Nilexia Alexander?
Nilexia Alexander is included as a possible contributor to this mixture.
And what was the statistical probability of it being Nilexia Alexander's DNA?
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Ronnie Walker, Nilexia Alexander, and an unrelated individual than from Ronnie Walker and 2 unrelated individuals. And again, I'll step back and break the 2 different scenarios down. So the first scenario is Ronnie Walker, because he's an expected donor, Nilexia Alexander, and an unknown individual to make up the 3. The second scenario is Ronnie Walker, who's again, he was an expected donor, and 2 unrelated individuals.
Notice the line, that was the sum total of the submission from submission 1, correct?
For this report, yes.
Yes. Now you're also, are you routinely sometimes given, especially if it's a female victim, a sex kit, the swabbing of intimate areas?
Yes.
All right. Did you find any DNA related to Ronnie Walker on that swab?
No, I did not.
All right. Thank you. Did you receive a third submission in this case?
I did.
All right, and what was submitted to you in the third submission?
So I received swabs from INT, driver's side, front window switches button, swabs from front passenger door, and buccal swabs represented as being from Robert Creed.
All right. And what did you do with this submission?
So I examined these items for DNA analysis, and some of the items I also tested for the chemical indications of blood.
Now, the buccal swab represented as being from Robert Creed, were you able to develop a DNA profile of Robert Creed?
Yes, I got a complete DNA profile.
Now, let's start with the swab from the INT driver's side front window switches buttons. What did you do with that item?
I first tested for the chemical indications of blood, and it failed to give the chemical indications of blood.
Okay. What did you do next?
I then did DNA analysis on this item.
And what did you find on that DNA analysis?
So the DNA results from this item demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
All right. And did you compare that result with the known DNA profiles of both Ronnie Walker, Nilexia Alexander, and Robert Creed?
I did.
And what did you find?
So again, this was represented as being from Ronnie Walker's vehicle. So I used him as his standard as an expected donor. So I compared his profile to the mixture, and his profile is observed in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profiles of Nilexia Alexander and Robert Creed, and they were both excluded as possible contributors to the mixed DNA profile.
And you said excluded, meaning Nilexia Alexander and Robert Creed, that was not their DNA on there.
Correct. So their DNA types were not present in the mixture, so they could not have left the DNA on that item.
All right. All right, and that was the driver's side front window switches buttons. You also did a swab from the next item was a swab from the front passenger door.
Correct.
What did you do with that one?
That one I also tested for the chemical indications of blood, and it failed to give chemical indications of blood. I then did DNA analysis on that item.
All right. And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from there?
So due to the limited nature of the DNA results, this data is not interpretable. So all that means it was very low level data. It was not enough information to use for comparison purposes.
All right, but to be clear, both item number 15, which is the swab from the interior driver's side front window switches buttons, and the swab from the front passenger door, neither one of them gave any chemical indication of blood.
Correct. They both failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
All right. Did you compare the now known sample of Robert Creed with some previous samples that you had?
I did.
And what did you find?
So I compared the DNA profile of Robert Creed to the mixture I obtained from the jacket, and he is excluded as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. I also compared Robert Creed's DNA profile to the mixture obtained from the swab of INT DSR door, and it failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. Therefore, no determination can be made regarding the contribution of Robert Creed to this item. It's a mouthful. Basically, I can't say if he's a possible contributor or not. I don't know.
Okay. And when it comes to Robert Creed, we had talked earlier about Ronnie Walker's DNA not being on the intimate swabs from Nilexia Alexander. Was Robert Creed excluded as well as being from that swabs?
Yes, he was excluded.
Did you receive any further submissions in this case?
I did not.
Judge Vaughn may have a moment.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Levine, thank you very much. I'll pass witness, Your Honor.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I want to start by asking you just some kind of general questions about DNA. So
Sure.
when we talk about leaving DNA behind, what exactly are we leaving behind, or what can we be leaving behind?
So, for example, if I handle an item of, if I handle something, I may be leaving some skin cells from my hand onto that item. If I swab the surface of something, it's possible that if someone spoke over it, sneezed over it, they may leave saliva, which can contain or contains DNA. If there is a red-brown stain, that could be possibly from blood, and that would also contain DNA.
Okay. Is someone always going to leave DNA behind?
Not always. Some people leave more DNA behind than others. It can also depend on the item itself. So, for example, if it's a rough item, more skin cells may come off on a rough item compared to a smooth item. If someone just recently washed their hands, they may not leave as much DNA behind when they handle something.
You spoke a little bit about mixtures. When we talk about a mixture, does that mean that two people left behind DNA at the same time?
No, it does not. All that a mixture means is that in my sample, there is DNA from more than one person.
So in a scenario with a mixture, could it be that two individuals left their DNA behind at two completely separate times?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you give a timestamp on DNA?
I cannot. I can't say when DNA is deposited on an item.
Can you tell how DNA was left behind?
I cannot.
All you can really do is look at the data and determine if a person's DNA profile is present in that profile.
Yes, that's all I can do.
Okay. You also mentioned the term a couple of times, complete profile. What does that mean? What is a complete profile?
So when I talk about a complete profile, that just means I received information at all areas I tested. Another option would be a partial profile, and that just means I received some information at some of the areas I tested, but not information at every single area.
Okay. And how many total areas were you testing for at the time that you tested DNA in this case?
21 STR areas.
When you say STR, that's short tandem repeat.
Correct.
And so what you're looking, basically the steps that you're going through is when you get a swab or an item, you're making, is it millions of copies? Or?
Many, many copies. Yes, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, the sample is multiplied thousands of times in order to run it through the instrument to kind of intensify the sample in order to pick up the results.
And when we talk about short tandem repeat, what you're looking at after you run those thousands of copies or so is you're looking to see how many times a particular gene type repeats itself. Is that correct?
Yeah, so when I run a DNA profile and I look at an area, it's represented by numbers. And those numbers are the number of times the short tandem repeat is repeated, So for example, at an area, someone can be a 13-14. All that means is that they got 13 repeat units from one of their parents and 14 repeat units from their other parent. If they're a 13-13, that just means that individual received 13 repeat units from both of their parents.
And when you talk about seeing more than one person at a particular area, does that become apparent to you if you are looking at a particular area or location on the DNA and there is more than two of those alleles?
Yes, a mixture is indicated when an area has more than two peaks at an area, because I'm expecting one peak from one parent and one peak from another parent. So if areas have more than two peaks, it indicates that there's more than one person present.
So the first step in your process, or maybe not the first step, but one of the first steps is to make these copies of the DNA, correct?
Yes,
And then you look at the overall results.
I do.
And those appear to you in numbers like on a graph.
Yes, the graph is referred to as an electropharogram.
And the first thing that you try and determine by looking at that electropharogram is whether or not this is a single source profile or if there are multiple individuals appearing.
Yes, I try to determine the number of contributors to the profile.
After you determine the number of contributors, then you move on to the comparison to the known DNA profiles that you have.
I do.
Okay. And you have a program or software that assists you in doing some of these things.
Yes, I do have a software that helps do the calculations for the statistics I perform.
But before those statistics are performed, you have to put in your own, basically your own assumptions that you're making as the analyst.
Yes, so I tell the computer program, I upload the mixture into the program. I tell it how many individuals I believe are present in the mixture, and I also tell it if I believe someone is an expected donor or not. And I also tell it what standards to compare for statistical purposes.
I want to draw your attention now to a couple of the specific items that you tested in this case. The first being FDLE item number 11, that swab of interior driver's side door. Now, the first thing I want to ask you about is you mentioned in relation to this swab as well as others that you tested for the possible presence of blood.
I did.
Is there a name for that test that you do?
Castlemeyer.
Is that the same thing or is it different than what is also known as a phenolphthalein test?
Yes, I tend to say Castlemeyer because I can't spell phenolphthalein. So.
Sorry about that. But those names are used synonymously.
Yes, so the test is phenolphthalein, but Castlemeyer is the person who developed the test.
And that is what we call a presumptive test, correct?
Yes.
And so it's basically looking to determine if there's a specific element or a protein in the item that you're swabbing.
So it's testing for a component of blood. So that's why it's chemical indications of blood, because I'm testing for a component present in blood.
Are there things other than blood that can give you a positive result in this presumptive test?
Yes, those are known as false positives.
Okay. Is there, maybe not used at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, but is there in your field a confirmatory blood test?
Yes, there is a confirmatory test for human blood.
And is that test utilized at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Rarely.
Okay. Was it used in this case?
I did not use it.
Okay. Going on then to your results as to this item, the swab of the driver's side door. You initially look at the results in your electropharogram, and you made the call that there were 2 contributors upon first looking at it. Is that correct?
When I did do their interpretation, yes. So during my interpretation process, I looked to see there was no area with more than 5 peaks. So if you remember how I said, each area will have, if there's one person, no more than 2 peaks. So if there's 2 people, I would expect no area with more than 4 peaks. So if I see an area with 3, that indicates 3 individuals.
So after you had done your initial analysis, I believe it was just before you were about to write your report, you then decided that you should go back and look at the mixture and assume that Ronnie Walker was included in that mixture.
Yes, so when I went to write my report, I was reviewing the information that was given to me from the submitting agency, and I saw it was represented as being from Ronnie Walker's vehicle. So since he it's supposed to be from his vehicle, I can use him as an expected donor. So when I compared his profile as an expected donor, it then showed it was a mixture of 3. And the way that can happen is if, for example, there's an area with 4 peaks. And so, like I said, that can indicate 2 individuals. But if someone is, so let's say I have 10, 11, and 12. But if, for example, the person is a 10-10, now I have 3 types left over. So the 3 types would mean it's 2 people in addition to the expected donor. So once I take the expected donor and use it for a mixture interpretation, it can change the number of contributors from my initial interpretation. And that's just the way mixture interpretation goes sometimes.
So after you decided to go back and assume Mr. Walker to be a contributor, that's when you then changed from 2 donors to 3 donors?
Yes.
Okay. This is one of those swabs I talked about earlier where you mentioned there was a positive presumptive test for blood.
Yes.
You have 3 contributors to this mixture. Can you tell whose potential blood that is?
No, I cannot say the source of any individual's in, DNA in a mixture or any source of DNA in a sample type.
So, for example, in this mixture in FDLE item 11, that swab from the driver's side rear door, you included Nilexia Alexander as a potential contributor to that overall mixture.
I did.
But you cannot tell us that Ms. Alexander's blood is found on that mixture.
Correct, I cannot say that.
And that third individual that is included in the mixture, because we talked about Ms. Alexander, you then make the assumption of Mr. Walker. Did you have enough information to compare that third individual to the other known standard from Mr. Creed?
Yes, I did compare Robert Creed to the mixture.
Okay. And he was excluded?
I believe so, but
Sure.
I just want to double check.
Absolutely.
It was actually no determination for that item.
Okay, I'm sorry. So no determination. So does that mean you cannot include or exclude Mr. Creed?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get that wrong on you. Let me turn now then to the black jacket. And I believe that was FDLE item number 10.
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular mixture, did you make any assumptions with regard to Mr. Walker?
I did not.
Okay. But he is included as a potential contributor to that mixture in item number 10, the black jacket.
Yes.
Along with that profile, you observed 2 other profiles.
Yes, 2 other individuals are present in that mixture.
And remind me again, did you compare that mixture to Robert Creed?
I did.
And what were your results with regard to Mr. Creed?
He is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
You also compared those other 2 DNA profiles to the known standard for Nilexia Alexander.
I did compare Nilexia Alexander to the mixed DNA profile.
And she also is excluded as a contributor to any of the DNA on that jacket.
Correct.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please, Ron?
Yes, ma'am. Did you also indicate whether or not you did any presumptive blood testing on the jacket?
I did, and it was negative for the chemical indications of blood.
So no indication of potential blood on that jacket?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
There you go.
Will this witness be excused?
From the defense?
Okay.
Yes, Judge, should be received.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
mistrial, so I just want to put that on the record that that was told to him,
Very good, thank you.
okay?
Should be good. You can bring the jury in as soon as they're ready. And we'll swear the witness in front of the jury.
Thank you.
Jury's back, y'all may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. I assume y'all were able to follow the court's instructions, no issues, you didn't speak to anyone, no one talked to you about the case, no media coverage, you didn't do any research on your own, things like that?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. State, may I call your next witness?
State will call Robert Quincy Creed.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Creed. If you could, make sure your microphone's close enough so that you can be heard when you speak. All right? Good?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, if you can please tell the jury your name.
Robert Quincy Creed Jr.
All right. And where are you currently living?
in the Falkenberg Road County Jail.
All right. And how long have you been in the Falkenberg Road County Jail?
Like 36 months, I think.
36 months. Okay. And what were you charged with that you're in the jail for now?
Accessory after the fact.
All right. And did you in fact plead guilty to that charge?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that charge related to this charge, to this case that we're talking about here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you been sentenced on that yet?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Creed, what was your, how far did you go in school?
Like the 8th grade, sir.
All right. Can you read and write?
Not that good.
Not that good? All right. Now, do you know the defendant in this case, Ronnie Walker?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
From childhood.
So you all kind of grew up together?
Yes, sir.
Did you all grow up in the same neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
What neighborhood was that?
Belma Height Estate. Belma Height.
Okay. And would you say you were friends growing up?
Yes, sir.
How often did you see each other?
Like every day.
Every day? And did that continue as you grew older?
Yes, sir.
All right. And back in May of 2022, were you all still friends at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, talking about May of 2022, I want to go back to that day, or the day this occurred, back on May the 5th, or May the 6th of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember this incident that we're about to talk about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where were you living back then at that time?
I was like back and forth St. Pete with the girl I was staying with.
Okay, so you had a girlfriend back then?
Yes, sir.
And she lived in St. Pete?
Yes, sir.
And you would stay there sometimes?
Yes, sir.
And where would you stay when you were staying in Tampa?
At my brother's house.
And where did your brother live?
He lived in Jackson Heights Apartments.
All right. Now, on this particular night of May the 5th, the night before going into that morning, were you at your brother's apartment that day?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing there?
Sleep on the couch.
All right. What time was this? Do you remember?
No, sir.
and you were asleep on the couch there?
Yes, sir.
And did there come a time when you saw Ronnie Walker?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I guess the same day when I was asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what happened when you saw him?
When I woke up and seen him, I was all blue because he was standing over me.
Okay. And what did he say?
He told me like, let's ride.
Okay.
Like, he got some girl he wanted to put me down with. So I was feeling sick. So
I'm sorry, say the last part?
I was kind of feeling sick, but I still jumped in the car with him and his girl and her friend.
Okay. So let's go to that. So you're at your brother's apartment, and then Ronnie Walker, you wake up, he's there, and he says, come with me. And he's trying to hook you up with a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you go get in the car, and who else in the car?
His girl.
A girl? His girl?
His girl.
Erica? What's her name,
Yeah.
Erica? Had you met her before?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who else was in the car? Was there anyone else?
I think her name is Jerica, I think.
Jerica?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
Ronnie.
Was it that black car?
Yes, sir.
All right. And where did you guys go?
We rolled around for a little bit,
Okay.
and
then what
then
happened?
we went back to his girlfriend's house.
So you went to the house of Erica Sweet's house?
Yes.
All right. And what happened when you got back to Erica Sweet's house?
Just chilled out for a little bit, then I fell asleep on the couch.
And you fell asleep on the couch at Erica Sweet's house?
Yes, sir.
All right. What happened with the other girl? Do you know?
Not really.
All right. And after you fell asleep on the couch, did there come a time when you got woken up?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
Ronnie had now woke me up, told me to ride with him somewhere. Just told me to ride with him.
All right. Did you know where you were going to go?
No, sir.
So, but you weren't feeling well?
No, I wasn't feeling well.
But you still went along with him?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because he had told me his girl to let me stay, like, pay her like $300, $400 to live there, because I ain't really want to live at my brother's house, because it's distant.
Okay.
So, I guess.
Kind of felt obligated, I
Yeah.
guess? All right. Did you, when he woke you up and asked you to go for a ride with him, was Erica anywhere there?
I guess I ain't see her, but I guess she had to be like in a room or something.
Okay, but you didn't see her. She wasn't awake, or at least around where you were.
No.
Okay, so it's just you and Ronnie Walker.
Yeah.
All right. And what happened next?
He got in his car and he had rode around a little bit.
And what were you all doing as you were riding around? Was he doing anything, saying anything?
No.
All right. And what happened next?
He rode up on a group of people and asked him where she went at.
So he rode up on a group of people and asked him where she went. Did you know who he was referring to?
No, sir.
All right. And what happened then?
Then he rode around.
All right.
He rode around like a couple more corners. Then he went in his parking lot.
Okay.
Then he picked up this girl.
All right. So rode around for a couple more corners, and then you said he rode into a parking lot and picked up a girl. Did you know this girl?
No, sir.
Where were you sitting in the car?
I was in the passenger side.
In the front?
Yes, sir.
And Ronnie was driving?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a driver's license at that time?
No, sir.
All right. And so you pull up, and this girl gets in the car. You did not know who she was?
No, sir.
All right. And how does he get her in the car? What happens? What does he do?
He just rolled down the window and said, "Hey."
That's it? Eh?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
She turned around and looked and just walked and jumped in the bike seat of the driver's side.
Did it appear like she knew him or something?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when she goes and she gets in what part of the car does she get in?
She get in the driver's bike seat.
The driver's back seat. Okay. And what happened then?
Then he rode to a store.
Okay, so he left that apartment or that parking lot and he rode to a store. She was in the back seat?
Yes, sir.
Were they saying anything to each other?
Not really, not that I can remember.
Okay. What happens when they get to the store?
He get out, he go in the store and buy them something to drink.
Okay. He didn't buy you anything to drink?
No, sir.
And so he goes in the store. Did he go by himself?
Yeah.
And you stayed in the car with the girl?
Yes, sir.
All right, what happened then?
I was trying to call my cousin, but my phone went dead.
Your phone was dead?
Yeah, if my phone had went dead.
Okay. So what happened then?
I had asked her could she call my cousin for me on her phone.
All right.
So I had gave her the number. She called, but my cousin didn't answer, pick up.
Okay.
So then I asked her to text, could she text him, tell him this me. So she texted him. Then she called back again. He still didn't pick up. So that was it.
Okay. So I'm assuming Ronnie Walker comes back into the car
Yes, sir.
and gets back in the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
What happens then?
He give her something to drink, whatever he bought, and then he pulled off.
And then it's pulled off. And where did you go from there? Do you know?
He went to some dark street.
All right. Are you familiar with that area?
I think it's Tampa Height.
Okay. Had you been on that street that he pulled into?
No,
All right. And you said you called it dark. There wasn't a lot of light out there?
no, sir.
All right. So after he pulls into that street, what happens?
Yeah, I asked her a question.
What did he ask her?
Was she having sex?
Was she having sex? Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
What happened at that point?
She told him no.
And then what happened?
He got mad and went to screaming and yelling, telling him about get out of his car, get out my car, get out my car.
Okay. And you were still sitting on the passenger seat?
Yes, sir.
Were you paying attention to all of that?
No, not really.
So what happened after saying get out of the car? Were you just did you watching what was going on, or what were you
No,
doing?
I was like kind of like slumped over because I wasn't feeling good.
Okay. You were slumped over because you weren't feeling good, so you
Yeah,
weren't
like,
really looking?
Not slumped, just like leaning to the side.
Okay. And what happened?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And what happened when you heard that gunshot?
I jumped. When I jumped, I looked. I seen her I looked in the bike seat. I seen her holding like her chest, like.
And she's like this, kind of with both hands, where the record reflects he's putting both hands over his
Yes,
chest.
sir.
Okay. And then what happened?
He kept telling her to get out my car, so she got out the driver's side, the bike seat driver's side.
And she got out on her own?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the gun in Ronnie's
Yes,
hand
sir.
at that point?
Yes, sir.
What type of gun was it?
It was like a chrome 9mm or something.
So it's chrome or silver or
Yeah.
some bright, kind of bright?
Yes, sir.
After she gets out of the car, what happens?
He get out.
He got out too?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get out?
No, sir.
After he get out, what happens?
I heard 2 more gunshots.
Just two?
Yes, sir.
And did you see her get shot?
No, I didn't physically see it, but I know he did it.
Because you could hear the gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Had she left her door open?
Probably so.
Okay. And so you hear those 2 gunshots. You don't see the shooting,
No.
but you hear them.
Yes, sir.
And then what happens?
He jumped back in the car and pulled off.
Okay. When he jumped back in the car, did he say anything to you?
Telling me, don't say nothing, don't tell nobody, or he'll gonna kill me too.
And he told you that?
Yes, sir.
So he was threatening you at that point?
Yes, sir.
Were you scared?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what happened at that point?
He went back to he went to a gas station.
So y'all drove around and went to a gas station?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what the gas station was or anything?
I don't remember.
All right. I'll show you what's marked as states E1. Do you see that person?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
That's Ronnie.
Was that what he was wearing that night?
Yes, sir.
That jacket
Yes, sir.
and the shoes?
Yes, sir.
Is that the gas station that you all went to?
Yes, sir.
And E4, is that him?
Yes, sir.
Is that same night?
Yes, sir.
Was this soon after you all, or soon after he had shot Nilexia Alexander?
Yes, sir.
And is that you?
Yes, sir.
Same gas station?
Yes, sir.
Same night?
Yes, sir.
Did and you got out of the passenger side?
Yes, sir.
didn't you run at that point?
I was scared.
What happened at that point?
We went by to his girlfriend's house.
In Erica Sweet's house?
Yes, sir.
And what happened when you got back there?
I was sitting on the couch. He kept walking back and forth to the window, pacing, looking out the window,
Does he saying anything?
saying, "Don't tell nobody what he did."
Okay. And you were just sitting there, and this was in Erica Sweet's house?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you see Erica at that point?
No, sir.
The next day, you're seeing, or I believe it's you, the next day, did you go to the Tampa General Hospital?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? If there's video showing you getting out of the passenger car the next day at the Tampa General Hospital, would you doubt that?
No, sir.
All right. Do you remember riding at some point with
Yes, sir.
Ronnie Walker to Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember why you were going there?
To pick his girlfriend up.
Okay. All right. When did you finally leave Ronnie Walker? When did you finally separate?
When my girl finally answered the phone and came and got me from my brother's house.
Your girl answered the phone from your brother's house?
No, from my cell phone.
Oh, okay. And so who came and got you?
My girl.
Your girl came and got you?
Yes,
And
sir.
were you still at Erica Sweet's house at that time?
No, I had on left.
Where did you go?
I went back to my brother's house.
To your brother's house?
Yeah.
All right. And when your girlfriend came and got you, did you go back to St. Pete?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you tell anyone what happened?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I was scared.
Did there come a time when you talked to police?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
When
If you remember.
I had got a phone call from my cousin, and he said the police were looking for me.
All right. Were you still in St. Petersburg when that happened?
No, I was at my brother's house in Jackson Heights Apartments.
Okay, you were at Jackson Heights apartment. Okay. And so you get notifications the police are looking for you. What do?
I called my nephew, and he came to pick me up and took me on to the police precinct.
Okay. And did you go there and meet with detectives?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them the very first time that you met with them that you know what happened, knew what happened?
No, sir.
All right. But you went down there voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you tell them when you first saw them what happened?
I was scared.
Okay, you were scared?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to them again at a later time?
Yes, sir.
And on that second time that you talked to them, did you in fact at that time let them know that you did know about the case and that you did know Ronnie Walker had killed her?
Yes, sir.
Had Ronnie Walker already been arrested by that time?
I think so, yes, sir.
After this happened, did you talk to Ronnie Walker anytime about this case, about what happened?
When I was in jail, he used to write me little notes.
Okay. What did the notes say?
Said the police violated my rights, and don't tell what he did that night. He facing the death penalty.
And he would send you these notes in jail?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than that, you have not communicated with him one-on-one, have you?
No, sir.
All right. Has he made any threats to you since then, other than those notes?
No, sir. besides, like, the last time I seen him in court, he would threaten me.
What did he say to you?
Well, he would, like, go home and die.
Go home and die?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Creed, there are some phone calls that appear to take place within a short period of time between your phone and that of Nilexia Alexander. Did you make those calls?
No, sir.
Did you know Nilexia Alexander?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea how those phone numbers or phone calls might have taken place?
I heard through a friend that
Objection to hearsay.
Did you ever lend your phone out?
yes, sir.
Did you sometimes lend your phone out to a friend who had a young girl who knew Nilexia?
Yes, sir.
Did Ronnie Walker borrow your phone sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Did you often just kind of let anyone use your phone, whoever needed to use your phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you got in the car that night, did you know what Ronnie Walker was planning to do?
No, sir.
Did you know that street that he turned down?
No, sir.
Did you know he had a gun with him?
No, sir.
Mr. Creed, did you kill Nilexia Alexander?
No, sir.
Did Ronnie Walker kill Nilexia Alexander?
Yes, sir.
Judgment, if I may have a moment. A few more questions before I sit down. Do you know an individual by the name of Day Day?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, who is that?
His name David White.
David White? Okay. Do you know a Stanley Wilson?
No, sir.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
21 times.
Did you drive at all that night?
No, sir.
Have you ever driven Ronnie Walker's car?
No, sir.
You were afraid of him. Why are you telling the truth now? If you lied back then, why are you telling the truth now?
Because I didn't do anything.
And that cousin you asked Nilexia to call, who was that?
My cousin.
What's
my
his-
first cousin.
What's his name?
Robert Parker.
Robert Parker, okay. Had that weapon, do you know whatever happened to that weapon?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Ronnie Walker get rid of that weapon?
No, sir.
Did you ever get rid of that weapon?
No, sir.
And again, you were at that Thornton's and you didn't run. Why is that?
I was scared.
All right. You knew Ronnie Walker, knew where you lived, and knows your friends and family, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Ronnie Walker know you had a girlfriend in St. Petersburg?
Yes, sir.
So Ronnie Walker knew a lot about your life and where you lived and where you went, right?
Yes, sir.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
And real quick, Day Day, the man you've just talked about, was he ever in the car with you all that night?
No, sir.
In fact, was anyone else in the car with you all that night other than you, Ronnie Walker, and Nilexia Alexander?
No, sir.
Nobody else was?
Nobody else.
Okay. Did you all stop anywhere else along the way before Thornton's, before you went to that gas station?
This 22nd and Martin Luther King, where he bought them something to drink.
Right, where he bought the drinks. But after,
No, sir.
okay, you all just drove around and went straight to Thornton's. Did you all ever go back to the house and then go out to Thornton's?
No, sir.
You continued to drive the whole time?
He went from where he did that murder to that gas station. From that gas station, back to his girlfriend's house.
And you didn't stop anywhere else along the way?
No, sir.
All right, and you never saw him get rid of the gun?
No, sir.
And you never saw him,
Objection leading.
and you never saw him get rid of the gun, and did you ever see him get rid of anything else?
No, sir.
I'm gonna ask you again, Mr. Creed, did you have anything to do with Nilexia Alexander being killed?
No, sir.
And it's your testimony today, you saw Ronnie Walker shoot Nilexia Alexander.
Objection to leading.
Is that your testimony today? You saw him shoot her?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Creed, good afternoon. Oh, sorry, Judge. Good afternoon. You told Mr. Terry you've been convicted of 21 felonies, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And amongst those felonies is the charge of accessory after the fact.
Sustained.
Judge, can we approach? All right, Mr. Creed, let me take it from the top. You've been convicted of 21 felonies, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've pled guilty to accessory after the fact.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are facing up to 30 years on that charge of accessory after the fact, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've never been charged with murder in this case, right?
Yes, that's right.
The only charge you've ever been charged with is accessory after the fact.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You pled guilty to that accessory after the fact, but you have not been sentenced yet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, you are waiting to be sentenced to see how things go or until you complete your testimony in the case against Mr. Walker, correct?
I guess so, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't know what your sentence is going to be. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
But certainly you're hoping you're going to get to go home when this is all done and over with.
Yes, ma'am.
As in, you don't go to prison, you don't do any more time, you go home.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about some of the benefits that you've received in your cases as a result of being a witness here. Prior to pleading guilty and agreeing to testify against Mr. Walker, you had a bond in your case. Isn't that correct?
Ma'am?
You had a bond that you had to pay to get out of jail?
Yes, ma'am.
You were unable to afford to pay that bond, correct?
Correct.
After you pled guilty and you agreed with the state of Florida that you would give your testimony, you were released without having to pay a bond, correct?
I'm still in jail, man.
Correct, and I'm gonna get there, but you don't have to pay a bond to get out, correct?
I thought they say I got to pay like a private ankle monitor.
And I'm gonna get there, I'm just talking about the bond right now. You would not have to pay any money for a bond to get out of jail right now, correct?
Correct.
The thing that's holding you in jail is that you would have to wear an ankle monitor when you get out of jail, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have an address where you can go to stay at in order to wear that ankle monitor, correct?
Correct.
And that is the thing that is holding you in jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the benefits that you've received is after agreeing to testify, the prosecution agreed to erase that bond for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Another benefit you received is that you also had a case of battery second or subsequent a felony, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
Thank you. So Mr. Creed, you were facing that felony battery charge where you were looking at up to 5 years in prison in addition to this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you did not get prison time. You got a time served sentence in that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to go through some of the details of what you've testified about here today. So I believe you said the early morning hours of May 6th, you wake up to Mr. Walker standing over you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know how he got there. You don't know when he got there. He's just standing over you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he tells you he wants to basically set you up with someone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the person that he wants to set you up with, according to your story, is not Nilexia Alexander, the girl who died.
No, ma'am.
This is a friend of Erica Walker, his
Yeah.
girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you then get in the car with Mr. Walker. You say Erica Sweet is there and this other girl is there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I think your testimony was next thing that happens, you go back to Erica Sweet's apartment and you fall asleep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your testimony today is that Mr. Walker then again wakes you up and tells you to get in the car with him to go for a ride.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're sick, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a stomach bug of some sort?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you like actively throwing up this entire time?
Not at that time, but I was sick.
Okay. And even though you're sick, you get into the car and you're just driving around with Mr. Walker. That's what your testimony is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You then say that at some point, Mr. Walker pulls up to a group of people and just says, "Where's she at?" Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And from your account, these people automatically know who he's talking about.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know he asked him that.
Okay. He then pulls into a parking lot, and that is where he comes across Miss Alexander, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your testimony today is that Miss Alexander is someone that you've never seen before, correct?
Correct.
Never met her before, right?
That's right.
You had no idea who she was?
No, ma'am.
She then gets into the car, and no one is saying anything, right?
Right.
No one's talking, correct?
Correct.
No one's talking about where they're going or what they're doing, right?
No, ma'am.
You all are just driving?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's when you said Mr. Walker pulls up to a store. He gets out to get a couple of drinks, right?
That's right.
Okay. And your testimony is that your phone was not working at this time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so, did I hear you correctly in saying that you asked Miss Alexander, the young girl that was shot and killed, you asked her to send a text message to your cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you asked her to send or to make some phone calls to your cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony is that she's doing all of that from her phone?
Yes, ma'am.
You then go, Mr. Walker gets back in the car, you go to this dead-end street, and that's where the shooting happens, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Was it your testimony that you never actually saw the shots happen?
Yes, ma'am.
You just heard them happen?
Yes, ma'am.
You never saw Ronnie Walker shoot Miss Alexander?
No, ma'am.
And so you're in that dead end, right? You're in the front passenger seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Walker, you're saying, is in that driver's seat, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Miss Alexander is seated behind him on the rear driver's side of the car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When Mr. Walker shoots Miss Alexander, which hand is he holding the gun in?
I think it was his left hand.
Okay. And where was Mr. Walker when the first shot, when you heard that first shot, where's Mr. Walker?
In the driver's seat.
Okay, so he's still seated in that driver's seat, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Miss Alexander, she's seated in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
The windows in the car are all rolled up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's your testimony that Mr. Walker, with his left hand, takes a gun. Let me kind of demonstrate for you. Turns around and shoots Nilexia Alexander while she is sitting in the back seat of the car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the windows are up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You see Miss Alexander hold her chest,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And then Miss Alexander, after being shot in that back seat of the car, opens the car door, grabs her phone charger and her drink, and gets out of the car on her own volition, correct? By herself.
I know she got out the car.
She got out of the car. Mr. Walker doesn't help her get out of the car. She gets out on her own.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then is it your testimony then that Mr. Walker gets out of the car after that, and that's where you hear additional shots?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I get any of those details wrong?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your testimony is that while you're in that dead end area of the car, you never get out of the car, correct?
Correct.
You hear one shot inside the car, and then you hear, was it 2 more shots when you get out, or when you say Mr. Walker gets out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your testimony today is that after Mr. Walker gets back into the car, he makes some sort of a threat to you, like, don't tell anyone or I'm gonna kill you too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony is that that is the reason why you then remain in the car with Mr. Walker throughout that morning, the rest of the morning of May 6th and into the following day of May 6th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point at the end of May, you started hearing about the shooting of Miss Alexander, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard about it from your cousin, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your cousin's name, again, that's Robert Parker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your brother who you were living with, his name is Arthur, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you also start to see at some point things in the news about the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
When you hear from your cousin that the police had been by to talk to him, that's when you go to talk to the police, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to try and get a timeline as much as we can. This is sometime at the end of May. Does that sound about right?
I really don't remember.
Okay. Let me see if you remember this. The first time you go to talk to the police, Mr. Walker, he had not been arrested yet?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
You don't think? Okay. He had not been yet arrested. And did I hear you correctly when Mr. Terry asked you if you told the police that you knew about the murder the first time you spoke to them? Your answer to him was no, you did not tell him that, correct?
Ma'am?
Your answer to Mr. Terry was that you were not honest with the police. You did not tell them about what you knew about, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Creed, do you recall giving a deposition in this case on May 5th, 2025, so just a couple of weeks ago at the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember I was there and I asked you some questions?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Terry was there and your lawyer was there as well,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. And for counsel, I'm referring to page 24 of that deposition, starting at line 4, going through line 12. And this may be a little long-winded, but let me ask you this question. Do you recall being asked at the time, you went down to the police station, they asked you some questions, and you didn't tell them anything about what happened. Is that true? And you responded, yeah, I told them. Question, you told them what? Answer, I told them, you know, basically I said, everything y'all know, I know. Do your job. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But the truth is, actually, you didn't say that, right?
Ma'am?
You didn't tell the police that during that first interview, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You did tell them that?
Yeah, when I went down there and seen them myself, went to the police station myself.
You went to the police station, and is it your testimony now that you told them, hey, I know everything that you know, go do your job? Is that what you told them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now your testimony is a little bit different from what you said to Mr. Terry, so I want to be clear. Mr. Terry asked them if you told the police the truth, and you told him, no, you didn't tell them the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
didn't.
But now you're saying, after I've asked you to recall your deposition that you gave, you're saying that you did tell the police that you knew about the murder. Is that your testimony now?
When I went to the police myself
The first time.
and they asked me, I told them, y'all know everything that I know. Do your job.
So you told the police that they know everything that you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, you claim that you told them that repeatedly, that they knew everything that you knew, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In reality, though, you never walked them through those details that you gave us here today, correct?
Correct.
That didn't come until the second interview that you had with them sometime in July. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that second time, that second interview, Mr. Walker, he had already been arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The second time that you were interviewed by law enforcement, at that point, you didn't go to them voluntarily. You were arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were arrested in Pinellas County?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was in July after Mr. Walker had already been arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me ask you this question real quick. Were you arrested in Pinellas County at any time before that, in May or in June?
If I no, ma'am.
No, right? The only time you were ever arrested in Pinellas County would have been in July after Mr. Walker was arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This interview that you gave to the police during that time, that went a little bit differently, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. During that interview in Pinellas County, the Detective Whelan, the male detective, he started off by telling you that they had authorization to charge you for what they had previously talked to you about. Do you remember him saying that?
Not really, but I know they just talked the lady. He talked to some lady on the phone, and he told me I'm about to sit down.
Okay. So do you remember him telling you that they were going to charge you with some things? That's how the interview started.
No, ma'am. He just told me I'm gonna have to sit down for a little minute.
Okay. Do you remember the detective saying to you 19 seconds into that second interview in July, we got authorization of charges for you in reference to that? You don't remember the detective saying that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Shortly after that, do you remember the detective then telling you that Ronnie Walker's lawyers were blaming you for the shooting of Miss Alexander?
Yes, ma'am.
And the detective went on to tell you that he had to get up on a witness stand and try to explain why he believed Ronnie Walker was the shooter and not you. Do you remember him saying that?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember that? Do you remember the detective saying to you they needed to get answers? Do you remember him telling you that?
I think so, ma'am. I think so.
Okay. When he says that to you, your response to him was, all I know is what they put on TV. Isn't that what you told him to start off?
I probably did say that.
The detective then asked you to walk him through the night of May 6th and tell him, when did you get into the car with Ronnie Walker? Do you remember him starting off the questioning about that?
I really don't even remember.
Okay. Well, let me ask you if you remember this. Do you remember telling the detective you had to have gotten into the car after the shooting because you don't know anything about a murder? You remember telling him that?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember that? If you listened to the recording or if you saw a transcript from the recording, would that help refresh your memory on any of these things?
Probably so, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, can we approach?
transcript that you can show them first?
I can. Do you want me to try doing that, Judge? Just based upon the witness's answers, I'm concerned if he's gonna have difficulty reading the transcript. I don't wanna run into that.
Under the circumstances, we can read it. You can't read it, obviously, we play it.
I'm happy to provide it, Judge. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Creed, why don't you go ahead and see if you can read through this?
I can't read.
You can't read.
No, sir.
You'd rather hear it on the video?
Yes, sir.
I will do
All right.
that. Can you hear it from there, or do you need?
I'll bring the computer closer to him so he can hear it.
Okay. State, if you need to get closer, you can use position to anyone else in the defense team.
Remember us? You know what this is about? We got authorization of charges for you in reference to that. But before we start, I want to kind of preface it with this, with last week, and I don't know if you saw the papers, Lonnie Walker's lawyer in court is basically accusing you of being the shooter. Okay? I had to stand on the stand and answer questions where they asked, could Quincy be the shooter in this case? She's asking that flat out in court, and she's blaming you for it, okay? Brian's lawyer. So, there's been a lot of meetings of this with the state attorney's office, with our chiefs.
I said he
We're
could have
all
been
involved,
prepped
okay?
beforehand. Someone could have played
It's
it
very
for him.
important right now, so we can take this back to the state attorneys and stuff,
Yeah.
that you need to be honest
That's
about
what
it.
I'm asking about.
Alright,
I'm
if
asking
you're
him,
not the shooter,
by the way, I'm asking him
it's time to
quotes
come out and be
directly
yourself,
from
okay?
recording.
Because everything
And
else,
he's
man,
saying he doesn't
is,
remember?
you're tied up in this, the charges are signed, they're done.
No.
To kind of save yourself, you have to be truthful, okay? And that's all it is. You know, I know we met the first time. A lot of stuff has come back since then. You just gotta be truthful, okay, dude?
No, I can't be no shit. I can't tell you. I can't down. I don't indulge in nothing. The only thing I indulge in is driving with suspended license.
Okay.
And that's it. I don't got other stuff. I don't do nothing.
But, and I can tell you my heart of hearts, because obviously we looked at everybody's record involved in this. Ron's got a fucking violent history. Alright, and there's some other stuff that you don't know about that gun and stuff that was involved in this that we have some more in.
Just let me ask the court and counsel this to see if it could help expedite things. If I jumped to specific portions of the interview that I plan to ask about, would that be okay? Or do we want him to listen to the entire interview?
Spots.
Is that okay with the court?
Well, yeah, I think you should, if you know where to go to refresh his memory about.
I can't, yes.
I remember this, sir. I remember that.
You remember. Do you need to hear the rest of it?
No, ma'am.
No, okay, all right. Well, he's ready to go then.
And if it does come up again, if you know the specific part.
I have timestamps and everything, Judge.
Now we can find 16 people.
Judge, let's just play that in an abundance of caution so there's not a situation where he doesn't remember.
Whatever you decide.
All right, let me
Ask
bring.
this question.
Yes.
How many specific things are you going to ask him? And
Let me see where I left off. Let's see.
and then maybe we can just go to those portions.
Sure. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 14 different spots. 15 different spots in the interview, Judge. But I have the timestamps. I can jump right to them.
That would be great.
Okay.
Great.
I'm gonna take my notes up here, Mr. Creed, just so that way we don't have to do this again. I know this was a couple of years ago. All right.
dead. And we need to get answers, and we need to make sure that the person that pulled that trigger is held responsible for it, okay? That's our main focus.
And y'all got a person.
I know. So we're gonna have to, because now the situation, we're gonna have to read your Miranda rights, okay? And then we're gonna just go over that night, just be honest, and I can tell you I'm gonna be here with you for the whole way. And
I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit.
if what I believe happened, what's going on?
All I know is what I see on TV and how they charge them, how they put my name in it. I know I ain't on nothing like that, on doors and stuff like that. Only thing I do is drive with suspended license, and that's it.
Okay. But that night you're in that car, the night of the murder. When did you get in the car?
It had to be after that, because that's it. Because I don't know.
All right. So here's, and I'll tell you what I believe. Okay. And if that's the truth, then let's go down that road. Okay.
The minute I heard of it, I come to y'all.
Right.
That's just like if I was guilty, I'd be running.
Right.
Ducking the dogs in your hide. No way.
Oh, but here's the thing. We know where that car goes right after the murder. Okay. And we know that you get out of the car right after the murder. So when do you get in the car? The car backs in. There's some. But here's the thing. There's through that. Robles in and out of Robles are on midnight. Okay. We pull the cameras from your apartment complex and have you guys hanging out in front of your brother's house prior to the murder.
Brother's house.
Or in Jackson Heights, whoever technically lives there, but Arthur lives at that house as well, where you kept your clothes. Okay. So we pulled the video from there, so we know you're hanging out with them earlier in the night before this murder. The car backs in. There's a girl in the car backs in. You guys get out of the car, hang out there for a little bit. Okay. What I'm telling you, man, this is what I'm telling you. This is the difference. Okay. If you didn't pull the trigger, if you're just in that car when it happens, and you're, oh shit, this wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to go down like that. He's high as fuck. He's fucked up, and he pulled that trigger, and you're fucking there.
Man, that would happen. Cause I'm not no child killer. I wouldn't do that.
I know you're not, man. I know you're not, man.
That just ain't me.
I know it's not you, but you gotta be truthful about that, okay? You gotta say that's what happened, okay? You have to say
that's what happened.
If you were there,
okay.
this is your time to tell us what happened, okay? Because they're gonna point fingers at you. So if you were there and you saw something, this is your time to tell us. Because unless you pull that trigger,
everything y'all saying, that's what happened.
You tell us.
But you gotta say, okay, dude. That's the hard part. Is you have to, for me to go call the state attorney and say, hey, Quincy's saying that he was in that car. Ronnie fucking was hiding that shit. He pulled that girl out of the car and he shot her. You have to say that, dude.
That's what happened.
Okay. Then walk us through the night. Then you gotta be.
Start with Jackson Heights. As much as you can remember, you're at Jackson Heights and you're hanging out. What happened after that?
I didn't do it.
We know.
He did it. I didn't.
Okay. Well, just tell us like you would a story. So if you're in Jackson Heights, you guys leave Jackson Heights. Do you remember where you go after Jackson Heights?
We just went to a store.
Went to a store? Yeah, just tell us like a story. So you leave Jackson Heights, you go to the store.
Man, Ronnie killed that little girl. I wouldn't do nothing like that. Just how he said it, that's how it was.
But I can't put words in your mouth. What they're gonna say is when the state attorney, his defense attorney sees that, and finds this out, okay? Because they're hand to God, and it's in the newspaper. They are blaming you for it. His defense attorney is standing up in court saying, could Quincy have killed her? Because the evidence is that you both are there. They are 100% pointing the finger at you. All right, dude? We knew that's what was going to happen from step one. That's when we first met. I told you guys to be truthful. I didn't want to put words in your mouth because we knew that was going to happen, and it's already happening. Day one in court, they are saying you killed the little girl. I know, buddy. I want to feel in my heart of heart that you don't have it in you.
Just looking at you, I can tell that you're upset about it.
It's as simple as this, dude. You just have to, what the evidence points to, just be honest.
Everything you said is the truth.
All right. So let's start this. So you guys are hanging out in Jackson Heights. You said you went to a store. What store?
That's why they saying some ancestor like him, his girl, and the little girl supposed to have some DNA stuff. I don't know nothing about that.
Right.
All right,
and some sick stuff.
Tell us your story, Quincy. That's what we need to know. What's your story?
My story is exactly what he said.
Can last night. So you guys leave there and you go to the store. Tell us what happened next. Just tell us like a story.
Just everything he said.
Well, we need you to tell us.
When did the girl get into the car?
And Jackson, everything, I was like, I was blue. I was scared.
I know you were. Okay, so after you guys were with the girl, where did you go?
He went over by Roberts Park somewhere.
Okay.
And that's when that shit happened. I was scared.
What happened?
He killed that little girl
Where was she sitting in the car?
in the bike seat,
Okay, where were you sitting in the car?
in the front seat.
Okay, then what happened?
And he pulled off
Okay, where did he pull over at?
over there by Roberts Park somewhere.
Okay, what did the street look like, brother?
It was a dark street.
Okay, have you been there before?
Those shit.
Alright, what's the street? Does the street go all the way through? Is the street dead end? I know how she was.
Are you doing okay right now?
It's right by that little girl. But you have that knowledge. Now that we're being honest, and you have nothing else in this case to tell me, any statement or anything else you think you should have.
I took everything.
Okay. Here's what the plan was. You're being charged with accessory from that first statement you gave us because you knew that the murder happened, and we could prove that you were there and everything like that, and you didn't tell us that. All right, and you're hiding the fact that you were there, and you had that knowledge that you just told us today. By not giving us that, you're covering up for Ronnie. Okay?
I never did cover up. I just,
But you have that knowledge. You know what I mean? So that's why it's not a full murder charge. Okay? But here's what was going to happen. All right? If you came in here today and you weren't honest and you lied to us, we were going to go to grand jury, and we were going to present a murder charge against you to grand jury. And I've already presented, for Ronnie. That's why he's indicted, okay? That was the plan. We were charging you for this to give you an opportunity to see what you did. If you were truthful like you are now, there we're going to work with you, okay? If you lied, we were going to seek an indictment for murder. And that's 100% the truth. I know you feel that, don't you?
That should be it, Judge.
That's it?
That's it.
Does that refresh his memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Very good. So, you all set?
I'm all set, Judge.
Bring him back in.
Thank you.
This counteracts the 5 minutes that took 25. So we tell him 40, we bring him back in 10.
There we
Really
go.
good.
We're ahead of the game.
seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll follow the court's instructions, no issues, no media, no looking anything up. Very good, thank you. We'll continue.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Creed, during that break, have you now had a chance to listen to some of those portions of your interview to help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I think where one of the places we left off, where I asked you if you recalled during that interview, the detective tells you that they need to get answers because a young girl had died. They need to get answers. Do you now remember the detective telling you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you now remember that in response to that, what you first told the detective is the only thing you know is whatever they put on TV?
Yes, ma'am.
During that interview, when you were asked, when did you get into the car, your first response to them was it had to be after the murder because you didn't know anything about the murder. Do you remember hearing that now?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's a portion during that interview where Detective Wieland says to you, well, let me tell you what I believe. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you remember him saying to you, if you're in the car with Ronnie and he just shoots and kills her and it wasn't supposed to go that way and you're freaking out, just tell us that. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after the detective tells you that, your response to him is, that's what happened. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The detective then says to you, you've got to be truthful. You got to say that's what happened. And your response to him was, everything y'all are saying, that's what happened. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I can go on, but let me just maybe briefen this up a bit. The detectives then ask you, give them the story, tell them what happened, and your response to them over and over and over is, everything you all are saying, that's what happened. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They then give you some more details, talking about starting at Jackson Heights, going to the store, and then you say, yeah, we started at Jackson Heights, then we went to the store, then we went to the dead end. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a female detective that was sitting in on that interview as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if you remember her name, but Detective Nicole Sackrider. And she says to you, tell us your story, Quincy. And you said, everything he said, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said that, you're talking about the Detective Wieland, the male detective that was there.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me cut to the end. One of the last things that is said to you before that interview ends is that if things hadn't gone the way they went, where you told the detectives what you told them, that they were going to seek a murder charge against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And ever since then, ever since that interview, it has been your testimony that Ronnie Walker is the one responsible for shooting Nilexia Alexander, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Since that time, you have given a couple of different sworn statements, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
One of those sworn statements was a statement directly to State Attorney John Terry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Another one of those statements I think we've already talked about was your deposition that occurred a couple of weeks ago at the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that deposition, you were also sworn to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Creed, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 30C as in cat. I'll zoom in a little bit. This is a text message, and the contents of the message say, "Cuz, it's me, Q." Q is a nickname that you have, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You go by that name, your family knows you by that name, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a text message that you sent, correct?
I didn't send it, but
didn't send it.
I asked her, the little girl, to send.
And when you're saying that, you're talking about the young girl that died, Nilexia.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so this is a message that was sent from Nilexia Alexander through her phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to us, Mr. Creed, then, why it is that this message was actually sent from Erica Sweet's phone, 305-910-9779? Can you explain that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your testimony was that all of the phone calls that were made to your cousin were made from Nilexia Alexander, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were made from her phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 30D as in dog. Hoping you can help explain a couple of things here, Mr. Creed. One, can you explain to us why all of these phone calls to your cousin made on May 6th going into May 7th were made from Erica Sweet's phone? Can you explain that?
So, like,
I'm sorry?
they were from my phone?
These calls were made from Erica Sweet's phone to your cousin. Can you explain how that happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to us, Mr. Creed, if Nilexia Alexander is the one that is making these calls on your behalf, how is it that these phone calls are being made on May 6, 2022, at times after we know she is dead? Can you explain that?
Was they from my phone or from whose phone they were from?
These are phone calls made from Erica Sweet's phone to your cousin. You have an explanation for that?
No, ma'am.
No.
Because I couldn't have did it. So they were from Erica Sweet phone.
Do you have an explanation as to how your cousin's being repeatedly called from Erica Sweet's phone after Nilexia is dead?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 30A. And these are phone records from your phone. So we're at the point now where we're talking about your phone. And I'm going to zoom in to that top couple of rows right there. That 813-447-6234 number, that is Nilexia Alexander's phone number. Your explanation for how your phone is in communication with Nilexia Alexander's phone. Give me that explanation.
I told the detective that I found out through the jail that I got a friend, female friend, that was Alexia's friend. And
So somehow there's a coincidence that a person that you know, and how old are you, Mr. Creed?
I'm 48 right now.
48 years old, okay. A person that you know, all happens to know 14-year-old Nilexia Alexander. And by coincidence, that person got a hold of your phone and contacted Nilexia Alexander multiple times through the end of April of 2022. Is that your explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll just go ahead and call your attention to the very last line here. To a phone call made on May 1st, 2022 at 2:51:42 a.m. to Nilexia Alexander. Is it your testimony that somehow this coincidental friend in common that you have with Nilexia Alexander gets a hold of your phone at almost 3 o'clock in the morning and they're communicating? Is that your explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I also heard you say that there were times when Ronnie Walker would use your phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about the two statements that you gave to law enforcement before or when you get arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also gave that proffer, that statement to Mr. Terry, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You also gave that deposition to me a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me that not one single time in any one of those statements have you ever said Ronnie Walker would use your phone? You've never said that.
Because y'all never did ask me that.
Okay. And that wasn't information that you thought that the detectives might need to know?
I didn't know, ma'am.
That wasn't information that you thought Mr. Terry would need to know?
I never did got ice, so it wasn't.
You didn't think that was information that you should give him?
At the time, I didn't know, ma'am.
And that wasn't information that you thought was important to bring up in your deposition with me, correct?
Judge asked and answered.
That wasn't any information that you thought was important to bring up to me, correct?
You didn't never ask me, ma'am. I didn't know to tell you that.
I got it. So for the first time that you ever said that Ronnie Walker used your phone, first time you've ever said that to anybody here, was today when Mr. Terry went to go talk to you privately right before your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Creed, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Be ready.
Mr. Creed, when I spoke with you a little while ago, I asked you, did anyone else use your phone? Did Ronnie Walker ever use your phone? That was the first time you were ever asked that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't volunteer that to me either, did you?
No, sir.
I was the one who was like, hey, has anyone else ever used your phone? Has Ronnie Walker ever used your phone? And that's when you told me yes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So had someone asked you that before, would you have said, given the same answer?
Yes, sir.
Now that individual that we talked about, Day, you know, right?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated he was not in the car with you all that night.
No, sir.
What about the next day when you all went to the hospital? Was he in the car with you all that day?
No, sir.
Object to outside the scope of cross-examination.
Was he with you all the next day when you all went to Tampa General Hospital?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Creed, did you at any time ever did you ever know that the victim's phone was still in the car after
No,
she was
sir.
shot? Did you at any time ever get rid of that phone?
No, sir.
Did you at any time ever clean that car out at all?
No, sir.
Did you at any time ever clean the rugs, clean the seats, anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you at any time ever remove any casings that might have been in the car?
No, sir.
Did you even see any casings in the car?
No, sir.
And Mr. Creed, you understand that the reason you're facing these 30 years is that you lied for Ronnie Walker. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know you can get up to 30 years. There's been no agreement about what you're going to get, right? Has there been any agreement about what you're going to get?
No, sir.
You could get the full 30 years.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dunker asked you about this battery second or subsequent. That's basically a second misdemeanor. It becomes a felony. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was pled to time served. Did you ever talk to me about that, or was there any sort of agreement between us about what you would get on that case?
No, sir.
In fact, wasn't the victim in that case uncooperative and didn't want to even prosecute?
I really don't know, sir.
You don't remember? And so you don't know what happened in that case, but you know there was no agreement with me, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, that basically misdemeanor battery that's now felony because it's a second one, at the time that was holding you in jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you pled to time served, that was almost a year basically that you had served for that.
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Dunker spent a long time talking about all the questions that Detective Whelan was trying to get you to talk about. You were reluctant to talk, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want to talk about what happened because, as you've indicated earlier, you were scared. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you want to give volunteer information?
Because I was scared he was going to do something to me when he found out.
Okay. But you ultimately did tell Detective Whelan what you've told us here today.
Objection leading.
Did you ultimately tell Detective Whelan what you told us here today?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him that just because he told you to tell us that?
No, sir.
Did you tell us what you told us because it's what he said, or is it because what really happened?
It's because that would really happen.
And when Detective Whelan was telling you that this is what happened, it was what happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you at the time after this occurred, did you want to get a hold of your cousin?
Yes, sir.
Did you kind of want to get away from the situation that you were in?
Yes, sir.
Were you trying to reach your cousin?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if you used the phone that was in the car, Erica Sweet's phone, to call your cousin?
No, sir.
You don't recall if you did or not?
Not physically.
Okay. Do you know if Ronnie Walker helped you try and call your cousin?
No, sir.
All right. Was Erica Sweet's phone in the car? Do you remember?
I don't know about that.
As far as this neighborhood, where you all live, it's what called Belmont Heights, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do a lot of people know each other?
Yes, sir.
All the people around the neighborhood kind of know each other, know other people who know other people kind of thing? It's a small kind of community?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does it seem strange to you that you loaned a phone to a friend who actually knew Nilexia if she lived in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
That seems strange to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It seems strange to you that she may know that your cousin, that the friend of yours daughter may know Nilexia if they live in the same neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know Nilexia?
No, sir.
Did you ever call Nilexia?
No, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 5 or 10 minute break for the court, and we'll see you when we get back.
All rise for the jury.
minutes left. Y'all may be seated. Court will be recessed for 10 minutes. be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, no issues with the court's instructions, no media, pops up on your feeds, you didn't talk to anybody, nobody contact. Very good, thank you. Let me call your next witness.
Judge, we're gonna recall, Robert Creed.
All right.
Mr. Creed, how you doing?
Oh, all right, sir.
All right, so Mr. Creed, one of the things that kind of came up when we were talking a little while ago is, back in that time period, right around when Nilexia was killed, did you have a place that you lived permanently?
No, sir.
Did you have your own apartment?
No, sir.
Were you just kind of living wherever you could during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Would you sometimes stay at Ronnie Walker's place?
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Where would you stay?
At Ronnie Walker's girlfriend house.
Okay. And was it uncommon, or was it common for you to stay there from time to time during that time period?
Yes, sir.
All right, back specifically, I'm going to show you a record that's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 30A. Do you remember your phone number back then?
I just remember like a 525.
Does that look right? 525-7245?
Yes, sir.
All right, and during the time period of April 29th to May 1st, which was about the weekend before this happened, where were you staying at that time period?
At Ronnie Walker's girlfriend house.
All right. So during this time period, the only time periods where Nilexia's phone number comes up on your phone, during that time period you were staying at Erica Sweet's place?
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
All right, sorry about that, Mr. Creed. Is it your testimony now today that you recall the specific dates or the specific weekend of April 30th going into the early part of May? You remember specifically staying at Mr. Walker's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember when the police first interviewed you and they were asking you about the places where you stay? Remember
Yes,
that?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you told them that you stay with your brother, Arthur, or with your girlfriend in St. Pete, correct?
Correct.
Never once did you ever say that you stay with Ronnie Walker. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, the only time you've ever said that you stay with Ronnie Walker was today talking with Mr. Terry, correct?
Correct.
And during that deposition that you gave just a couple of weeks ago, page 18, lines 9 through 17, I asked you, how about when you got a little bit older? Did you maintain friendships with him then, him being Ronnie Walker? Responded, yeah, we cool. Question, when you say you're cool, tell me a little bit, like, what was your relationship like? Answer, like, I just gone from the hood. Question, all right, I mean, is this like a best friend? Are you guys together all the time? Answer, no, not really. Question, no, just sort of here and there? Answer, yeah. Those were the answers you gave at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing else, thank you.
Can you reiterate? No. And the attorney, for us real quick. On the bail. issues, I take it, in that short time, no one contacted you, and no media issues, very good. State and call your next witness.
All right, at this time, the state would call David White.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Step over. All set, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your full name for the record?
David Antonio White.
Okay.
Make sure you remember, pull that microphone in closer so that everyone can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sir, are you currently employed?
Yes,
Where do you work?
self-employed. My company is WRS Property Services.
Okay. Now, sir, do you know Ronnie Walker?
Yes,
How do you know him?
we're childhood friends.
Okay. Do you see Ronnie Walker in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Yes?
yeah.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's sitting?
And he has on the glasses,
Okay. And can you tell us anything else about what-
gray suit.
Grace, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will reflect that identification.
Now, sir, just to be, by way of explanation, did you recently have, or somewhat recently have, any kind of health setback, a stroke or anything?
I had a stroke in November.
Okay. And has that impacted the way you speak?
Yes,
Okay. So can you please get a little bit closer to the microphone? And, okay. So you said that Ronnie Walker was a childhood friend?
yes.
So how old are you?
I'm 50.
You're 50 years old, and you have known Ronnie Walker since you were how old?
About 12.
12.
And 13.
12, 13. Do you know a person named Robert Creed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know him by a nickname?
Quincy.
Okay. How do you know him?
We all grew up together.
And when you say we all, are you speaking of yourself, Ronnie Walker, and Robert Creed?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say you all grew up together, about how old were you when you began to hang out together and spend time together?
We never hung out together, but we, in passing, we were all pre-teens.
Together.
Yes.
Okay. So, sir, back in May or so of 2022, did you speak to law enforcement about a case associated with Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give the police a statement as to what pertained to your phone number and Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
Okay. And were you provided an opportunity to look at video or video footage information about somebody who was at a convenience store?
Yes.
Okay. And I am showing you what is in evidence as E1. Have you seen this previously?
Yes.
Okay. E2, have you seen this?
You something this.
Yes.
Yes.
E3, different angle, but have you seen this previously? Or images from this video?
Yes.
Okay, did the police show you these images in May or so, or that time frame of 2022?
Yes.
Do you recognize the individual in these stills?
It looks like Ronnie.
Ronnie Walker?
Yeah.
Okay, State Exhibit E4. Who does that look like?
And anybody.
Okay, so you don't know. Is that your testimony?
That's not clear.
Okay. Did you at any point previously indicate that you recognized that to law enforcement, that looked like Ronnie Walker?
I said it looked like I'm on for sure.
Okay.
It looks like.
Okay, so then to be clear for the record,
Yeah.
today your testimony is that it does look like Ronnie Walker, is that correct?
Look like.
And for the record, that's State Exhibit E4, correct?
That picture don't look like him.
Okay.
There. It looks like anybody.
Okay, so is it your testimony that it looks like Ronnie Walker or it looks like anybody?
Anybody.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, you said that you also grew up with Robert Creed, is that
Yeah.
correct? State Exhibit E5, do you recognize this individual?
Not from the back.
Okay, have you previously looked at this photograph and recognized this individual?
I say that looks like a taller version of Quincy.
Is that what you said to the police?
Yes.
Okay, so your testimony today is that when the police showed you this photograph back in 2022, you said it looked like a taller version of
Yes.
Quincy? Okay. And Quincy being Robert Creed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On May the 6th of 2022, were you in a four-door Ford vehicle with Ronnie Walker?
No.
On May the 6th of 2022, around 3 p.m., were you with Ronnie Walker and Robert Creed?
No.
Were you with either one of them?
No.
Were you in a vehicle?
I never were in a vehicle with them. Either one.
I beg your pardon?
I never rode in a vehicle with them. Either one of them.
Well, what was your name back in, what's a nickname that you go by?
Data.
Day, spelled D-A-E-D-A-E?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your phone number back in 2022?
The same number as
And for the record, what is that number?
813-785-7983.
Okay. So, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as 30B5. Can you look at it and tell me if you recognize your nickname and your phone number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence state exhibit 30B5.
No objection, Your Honor.
35 will be admitted without objection.
Thank you. And so, to be clear, this number right here, Day,
Yes.
is a phone related to the defendant contacting you. Does that seem correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this phone related to the defendant contacts you a number of times. If you look at the column 12, 11, 8, 7, 6, correct? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And these would have been, the time frame we have is May the 13th of 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. this individual right here is that you by any chance?
No.
What was your size back in 2022?
I was bigger than I'm presently.
Well, may I ask, what's your size?
250.
How tall are you?
5'11".
Okay. And did you at any point previously indicate that this was Robert Creed?
I always said it looks like a taller version.
Of Robert Creed?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Did you at any point go to Tampa General Hospital with Ronnie Walker on May the 6th of 2022 around 3 to 3:30 p.m.?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? I have no further questions.
Ross?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. White.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you today?
Yes.
All right. These photographs that the state just showed you in State's Exhibit E, I'll just put one up here, of an individual in a gas station. You stated today that that looks like Ronnie Walker, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Fawcett sent you these photographs to look at a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes.
And upon looking at them, you told her that you didn't know if that was Ronnie Walker.
Yeah. This is a clear version.
Okay, this is
Yes.
okay. Well, when you told Ms. Fawcett that the photographs she sent to you didn't look like,
Yes.
can I just put my question clear on the record as to what my question is going to be?
Clear, but you can repeat it.
Okay, my question was going to be, if when shown these photographs, if he told Ms. Fawcett that he did not know if this was Ronnie Walker, and then after stating that, if she gave him some details about the case, including the fact that Ronnie Walker's DNA was found on this jacket.
And what was his answer after that?
And then his answer after that
Was the
is
same.
now the testimony today, which is that it looks like Ronnie Walker.
He's always
So-
maintained that, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what he said in 2022. That's what
Hold
he
on,
said.
do we agree with that's what he said back then?
Can I take a minute? Can I take a minute to look at the transcript, Judge?
I have the transcripts.
Because if it was him, because that's just. If anything, it proves there's a person who maybe. You don't say so. You say, and nothing's changed. That's my position. If he's always maintained that, she said at the trial. That's what we're gonna try. He's nursing her. Now you're there. He said that looks like his wife. She said, he said it looks like. Was he back there checking the transcript?
That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
What's the transcript?
Tampa General?
Yes.
There is no time that Ronnie Walker gets out of the crime.
Yeah, Brian Walker wasn't even shown.
So it was always Thornton's. And in fact, you asked, and Detective Whelan indicated that to you in your previous email that he was showing Thornton's videos.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm looking for right here.
Have we cleared it up?
Judge, no, I'm just looking for the right spot in the transcript.
Okay.
It's a short transcript, I'm almost there.
That's all right. Copy that. Teddy's hiding the shit. Just to the, my house is just to the left of Green somewhere. You guys have power?
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry. I don't know why it took me so long to find that. The statement that he initially gave says that that was Ronnie Walker and the photographs that was shown to him.
Okay.
He then changed his statement. So I was told is that during the deposition, he said he told that when he was shown those photographs again in preparation for trial, that he wasn't sure if that was Ronnie Walker. And then the testimony today is that it looks like Ronnie Walker.
Well, so
And
he
so
says it's Ronnie Walker.
he said it's Ronnie Walker. Then he says, I don't know if that's Ronnie
Does
Walker.
he say that on the record anywhere?
It's recorded. It is a deposition that was supposed to take place where the court reporter
Right.
could not appear,
It was recorded.
but it was recorded. It was very difficult because we did it through Zoom to accommodate the witness, and the audio did not come across very well, but I do have a recording of that. I don't think I obviously was not there when he spoke with Ms. Fawcett, but what he told us is that he told Ms. Fawcett that he could not say if that was Ronnie Walker in the photographs.
Judge, I was actually present for that, but that is not how I took it, honestly. He said the same thing he said today, was that it looks like him. He said, I think she wanted me to say it was him, but all I said was it looks like him. And then she says, why do you say Ms. Fawcett? Well, it seems like she got angry with me because I wouldn't say it was him. I just said it looks like him, which is exactly what he said today.
And the fact that he said he looks like him, and that he was angry, and maybe he thought maybe she did want him to say it was him, but he didn't. He just said it looks like him.
But I don't want to get into any of that, right? Like, all I want to do is just say that his prior statement when he saw these photographs was that he could not say if that was Ronnie Walker. He then learned some additional information, including...
But that's not what they say took place at the deposition.
No, and it's not what happened with Ms. Fawcett either.
Well,
It turns her into a witness. She's gonna have to, now we're gonna have to call her to say, he came in and said it looks like him.
And that's what he said, that it looks like him. And he said the same thing that he said today, which is, that could have been anyone, as it pertains to the person in the black jacket.
And if he tries to say what she said, that's hearsay anyway.
Well, not if it's an effect on a listener, but again, I'm not trying to...
It has really no effect on him, because he still says it just looks
Same
like
thing.
him.
I think the statements are different. I think that the statement that going from I can't say if that's Ronnie Walker to saying today under oath that looks like Ronnie Walker, I think that those are different statements.
Saying that looks like Ronnie Walker is tantamount to saying I can't say if that is Ronnie Walker.
And, Your Honor, for the record, he said in 2022 to law enforcement, which defense counsel has, he specifically, and we have the transcripts of it, they show him the Thornton's video, he said, do you know who that is? Yeah, it looks like Ronnie Walker, Ronnie. What it looks like, Ronnie Walker, damn, like Ronnie. She has the same transcripts I have. She's listening to the same audio.
And what evidence do
I'm
you
not-
have that he said something different later on?
What he told me at the deposition, which he was under oath, Mr. Terry did swear him in, so that was the only...
Who else was at the deposition?
Mr. Terry, myself, Miss Bradley.
And you all disagree with what was said, and that transcript's not worthy of...
It's certainly not worthy of a
Well, then
transcript,
I think
Judge.
Its propensity for confusion for the jury outweighs any admissibility, so I'm gonna deny that.
I understand the court's ruling.
Otherwise, we have to call all three of you as witnesses, because you're the only ones there that are reliable. We zoomed our way into unreliability once again, which amazes
I
me.
guess I will not be doing any witnesses any more favors.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can bring them back in. Oh, and you can bring the witness back in as well.
rise for the jurors.
Jury's back, y'all may be seated. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I ask you any issues, no testimony from anyone, no media, no discussion. Perfect, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. White, where we left off, I was showing you State's Exhibit E. Now, you were previously sent these photographs by Ms. Fawcett, correct?
Yes.
And upon looking at those photographs when they were sent to you, you stated you were unsure, you could not tell if that was Ronnie Walker in those photographs.
Yes.
Is it your testimony here today that the photographs look different to you, they're more clear, and that is why you are now saying that the person in these photographs is Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. White.
You read it?
No, Your Honor. Well, yes. No, Your Honor. He can be released.
Yes, thank you.
Sir, free to go. Thanks.
Yes.
State, you call your next witness.
Judge, we would call, Natalia Morando.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, just make sure you're close enough to that microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Natal Paul Miranda Jr.
Okay. And sir, are you currently employed?
I am.
Where do you work?
Brandon Mitsubishi,
Okay. And what is your job title?
General Sales Manager.
Okay. And sir, back in 2022, did you work somewhere else?
I did.
Where did you work?
Giant Motor Cars
Okay. And where is that located?
on MLK.
In Hillsborough County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in May or so of 2022, did you know a person named Ronnie Walker?
I did.
How did you know him?
Ronnie worked for me for quite some time.
When you say quite some time, are we talking months, days?
Yeah, 6, 7 months maybe.
6,
8
7 months?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you see Ronnie Walker in court today?
I do.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
Wearing a suit and a tie right there.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
It will reflect identification.
Back in 2022, did you know Ronnie Walker to wear glasses?
That I don't recall.
Okay. When he worked for you, what was his job requirements?
He did a little bit of everything. He was a lot guy, clean cars, did
A
whatever
what-
whatever we asked for him to do.
Okay.
He was a lot guy, lot porter, he did stuff personally. Whatever we needed him to do, Ronnie did.
Okay. So at the time in 2022, did Mr. Ronnie Walker own a Ford?
I believe
That he
so.
bought from- I beg your pardon?
I believe so.
And did he get this Ford from Giant Motors? Do you recall?
I believe so. I can't recall.
Okay. All right. State Exhibit C1. Could this help refresh your memory?
Yeah, I recognize the car and my sticker.
Okay. And do you recall that being Ronnie Walker's car?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it come a time that law enforcement showed up at Giant Motors?
They did.
Okay. And did they talk to you about this vehicle?
They did.
And was the vehicle present when they came in contact with you, or when they went to Giant Motors on May the 13th? Do you recall?
I don't know if the car was present at that time.
Okay.
But
You don't remember?
No, I don't
Okay.
remember.
Was Ronnie Walker there? Do you remember?
I don't remember the date. I mean, there was a time that they came and Ronnie Walker was there and I was there, yes.
Okay. And on that day, was the car there? This car that I've just shown you?
I think so.
Okay. Shortly before the police arrived, around May the 11th of 2022, did anything out of the ordinary, as you think back, happen as it pertains to Ronnie Walker and that vehicle?
Were we speaking about when Ronnie came back and asked for his job back?
Well, was there a time he asked for his job back?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a time that he quit his job?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that time frame is in relationship to when you came in contact with the police?
A few weeks, probably.
Okay. A few weeks before.
Maybe a week before, a week and a half before, 2 weeks, he come back to work.
Okay. All right. Now, at some point, around May the 11th of 2022, did you note that Ronnie Walker was doing anything in particular with his vehicle?
Cleaning his car? Is that
Yes.
what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you speak to the police about that when they interviewed you concerning this case?
Yeah, they asked me if he, they asked me about the car and, if he regularly cleaned his car. Asked me several questions
Well,
like that.
give me a second here. During that conversation, did you tell the police anything that was out of the ordinary in the time frame that Mr. Ronnie
Yes.
Walker used as he cleaned his car?
He cleaned his car.
Okay. What was it that was significant enough that you told law enforcement about, if you recall?
Objection to hearsay.
Do you want me to rephrase or?
Yeah, just rephrase that question.
Did you talk to the police about Ronnie Walker's behavior on May the 11th of 2022?
On that particular day or the day that they asked me? Are you speaking of the day he cleaned his car or the day he
I'm
asked me
asking
if he
you
cleaned
about
his
the
car?
day he cleaned his car. Was there anything unique or out of the ordinary that you ultimately relayed to the police about the length of time that
Yes, he took a while to clean his car.
Okay. Did he move the location of that vehicle? Did he park his car differently at some point?
Like I told him before, when they asked me that question, there were times that he parked inside the lot, and I asked him to park outside the lot. So it wasn't irregular, but yes, he did park the car inside the lot.
Okay. And for that time frame, was that out of the ordinary?
I can't say if it was out of the ordinary. I mean, he parked his car. Sometimes there was, I don't remember if there was a bunch of cars outside to where he couldn't park outside. Because there was times that happened to me, or if that
So-
car, he parked it inside that time specifically.
Did you speak to the police around July the 13th of 2022 about this case?
I did.
Were you under oath?
They didn't tell me I was under oath, but they, I can't recall exactly what was said at that day, but yeah,
Was it-
they come in and ask me the questions about the case.
Was it a recorded?
No.
It wasn't? Have you had an opportunity to listen to it at all?
No.
In trial prep? Okay, so it wasn't recorded. Is that your
No.
testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
That
And-
I don't believe so. I mean,
Okay.
they asked me if I wanted to listen to it. And
Okay.
I didn't think I needed to because I recalled pretty well
Okay.
what I told the police at the time.
And at any point, did you say to law enforcement that you didn't realize, that it was unusual the way Mr. Walker, parked his car until after the fact, until later? Did you?
Objection to hearsay and improper impeachment, if that's what's attempting to happen.
Sustained.
Okay. Did Mr. Walker at some point begin or park his car in the northeast corner away from the entrance of the roadway?
A few times, but
Okay.
I can't recall the exact dates or when that started.
Okay.
Like I said, there were times prior that he parked the car inside, and I had asked him to park outside next to my car. But there were times that that place was full. So I don't know if that specifically was, but there was times, yes, I seen him, and I asked him to move his car outside, and he had parked the car inside inside the gate.
Okay. Shortly before the police showed up at Giant Lots, and shortly before you came in contact with them on May the 13th, did you see Ronnie Walker cleaning out his car?
Yeah, I was made aware that he was cleaning his car. Yes, and then I looked and seen him clean his car.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I seen him clean his car.
Okay. And about how long did he spend cleaning his car?
You know, I can't say for sure, but you know, it was more than an hour.
Okay.
You know,
At any point, did you indicate previously that it had been hours?
possibly,
Did you
but I
consider?
don't know the exact time.
Did you consider it to be a particularly lengthy amount of time that he spent cleaning out that car?
It could be, but then sometime you detail a car and it could take 3 or 4 hours. So,
Okay. So
yeah,
was it
it
your?
was lengthy time.
Okay. So is it your testimony that he was detailing the car or cleaning it out?
What's at that time, at the time that I'm noticed him do it, there was no difference to me.
Okay. Did you bring that up to the attention of law enforcement? Did you give an interview regarding
So-
this?
They asked me about it the first time they asked about it because obviously my mechanic.
All I'm asking you
Okay.
is this.
Yes, of course I
Did
did.
you talk
You
to
know
the
I did.
police about the vehicle in
Yes.
question? Okay. Did you tell the police that you thought that Ronnie Walker cleaned out his car for a lengthy amount of time?
Yes,
Okay. Did you give law enforcement permission to even take the vacuum cleaners and such and
Yeah,
take them for further testing?
of course.
And it was based on information that you provided to law enforcement that they took those vacuum cleaners and such, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I am showing you what is in evidence of State Exhibit E1. Do you recognize the person depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is that?
Well, there's other pictures too, because this particular picture, I'm not sure, but it looks like Ronnie.
Okay. State Exhibit E3.
Yes,
Who is this?
it looks like Ronnie.
Okay. Have you seen Mr. Walker wear the same clothes or jewelry previously?
At the time, I believe so. Obviously a couple of years, 3 years later,
About a week ago or so, did you indicate that you had seen
I
Ronnie
recognize
Walker?
the shoes.
Okay, so State Exhibit E2. Do you recognize the person in this image?
The same person.
Who is it?
It looks like Ronnie Walker.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment? No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when Ronnie Walker came back to work for you, that was actually early May 2nd, 2022. Does that sound right?
Around about that time.
Okay. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you told Ms. Fawcett initially on direct examination is that it was on May 11th that you observed Mr. Walker cleaning or detailing, whichever word you want to use, his vehicle, the black Ford, correct?
I told everybody I don't know the exact date.
Okay. All right, so the May 11th, you're not.
Whatever the day he came back, I thought was the day that he cleaned his car. Whether it's May 2nd or May 11th, you're asking me something that happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Okay, all right, so we won't use specific date, we'll use time period then. So the day that Ronnie Walker comes back to work for you, that's when you observe him cleaning his vehicle.
Right.
Okay, all right. And is that an unusual activity for someone who's working for Ford Motor Group?
Giant motor cars?
Giant Motor Cars?
No, there were times that I'd let employees clean their own car.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, and when you hired Mr. Walker to work for you in May, that was done, he was to do a number of activities on the property, correct?
Correct.
And one of those activities is to wash or detail cars, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it is not unusual to take sometimes hours to wash or detail a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
That's a common occurrence if you're doing that kind of thing.
It is.
Okay. Nothing else. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Statement, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call James Kwong.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is just James Kwong. James spells James. Kwong spells Kwong.
And sir, are you currently employed?
No, I'm not. I am a retired forensic analyst specialized in guns, ammunitions, ballistics, and the forensic disciplines of firearms identification.
Okay. But sir, prior to your retirement, did you work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work for that establishment?
Approximately 19 and a half years.
What did your job entail specifically?
My responsibilities and duties are conduct examinations of firearms, ammunitions, components of ammunitions such as projectiles, spent casings. Conduct examination of firearms, function check, safety check, and test fire the firearms. Conduct microscopic comparisons projectiles to projectiles, cartridge cases to cartridge cases, to determine whether they were fired in or fired from the same gun or not, and many other related duties.
Okay. So what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering and Technology. I received my Bachelor of Science degree in 1985 from Tampa University. Tampa spells Temple, Tampa University in the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. And sir, can you tell us what is firearms and tool mark identification? What is that?
The primary objective of forensic firearms identification is to determine whether a bullet or a cartridge case was fired in or fired from a specific gun or not. And of course, there are many other related responsibilities.
Besides the educational background that you have told us about, do you have any formal training in this area of specialty?
Yes, I was previously employed by the police department in the city of Philadelphia. I started as a police officer on street patrol duties. After approximately 5 years on the street, I was transferred to the Forensics Science Center because I have a college degree, and I was assigned to the Firearms Identification Unit, which is equivalent to the firearms sections of FDLE. While I was assigned to the Firearms Identification Unit, I received 3 years of in-service training or on-the-job training in various aspects of forensic firearms identification. I was trained in the history of forensic firearms identification, the historical developments of firearms and ammunitions, laboratory examination procedures, identification of firearms, function check, safety check, and all other related testing. Also, I was trained in microscopy, using a comparison microscope to conduct bullets and cartridge cases analysis. I also was trained in serial number restoration, distance determination based on gunshot residues, many additional trainings. Once I completed my 3 years training, I worked as a firearms examiner in the city of Philadelphia for approximately 6 years. Then I retired. Then I was hired by FDLE as a expert in the forensic firearms identification as well as court qualified analyst.
Okay. As part of your job functions, do you have to analyze or do any testing on casings?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
The modern ammunition is what we call a cartridge. A cartridge contains 4 major components. The first component is the cartridge case, some people call it brass. At the base of the cartridge case, there is a primer. Inside the cartridge case is gunpowder. And the last component is the bullet or the projectile that is seated inside the case mouth. And that is a cartridge case. That is a single unit of ammunition, a cartridge. A cartridge case is just one of the 4 major components.
Are you ever asked to examine cartridge casings?
Yes, that is most of my duties.
And for what purpose?
Well, first we have to determine the caliber of the cartridge case, as well as class characteristics that it was fired from a particular gun. If more than one cartridge case is submitted, I have to compare the 2 cartridge case against each other to determine whether they were firing the same gun or not.
And can that be done? How would you go about doing that?
Yes. The scientific instrument that we use is called a comparison microscope. Basically, it's two microscopes combined into one with two separate stages, and each stage holds one component or one item. It could be projectiles or could be cartridge cases. We compare them side by side, and we are looking for agreements or disagreements of individual characteristics. These are the markings that left on the cartridge case when it was fired from the gun. If the pattern match, that means they were fired from the same gun. If the pattern did not match, that means they were fired from different gun.
Okay. And how about bullets or projectiles? Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, again, the bullet or projectile is one of the four major components of a cartridge. The bullet is the component that, once fired, it travels down the barrel and out the barrel. First, we determine the caliber of the bullet. Then we determine the class characteristics left on the bullet from the gun. And again, if there are more than one projectile submitted, we will compare the projectile to each other to determine whether they were fired from the same gun or not.
Is it possible to obtain a projectile and it be of no value for comparison because of the condition that the projectile is in?
Yes. When a projectile struck something hard, the wall, the ground, bones, the skulls, the bullet will suffer damage. Sometimes the damage is so severe that the markings or the patterns of individual characteristics on the projectile or the bullet is damaged to a point that it could not be identified to other bullets.
But is it also possible for a projectile to be in bad condition but still can be compared against other evidence?
Yes, I have compared little bullet jackets to another bullets. So yes, depends on what type of markings and the conditions of the markings on the bullets as well as on bullet jacket fragments.
Okay. What about fragments, just fragments? Can you do anything with fragments that are submitted to you for further testing?
Yes, if the bullet jacket fragment, even if it's a tiny little piece, but if it contains sufficient microscopic markings, yes, we could make identifications.
Well, sir, can you explain to us what you mean by class characteristics?
Class characteristics are characteristics that belong to a group or a family. For example, you have two guns, the same manufacturer, same model, same caliber. They all have the same class characteristics. For example, the gun barrels. If the gun barrels has, let's say, 6 lands and grooves with a left twist, every bullet fired out from this gun barrel will have an impression of 6 lands and groove with a left twist. Now, every guns within the same model, same caliber, same manufacturer, they all have the same class characteristics. So that means 6 lands and groove with a left twist would be a class characteristic that belong to many.
Okay. Well, sir, can you tell us what is meant by lands and grooves and rifling? What does that mean?
Well, if you look down the gun barrel or the barrel of a gun, please don't do this at home. You will see a number of grooves spiral from one end to the other end. They are either twist to the right or twist to the left. It depends on the manufacturers. The area between the grooves is what we call lands. Lands spells L-A-N-D-S. Together they are called lands and grooves, also known as rifling. The purpose of the rifling in the gun barrel is so that it would impart a spin to the projectile. So once you fire the gun, the bullet travels down and through the gun barrel. As it travels down the gun barrel, it will engage the rifling. If the rifling have a left twist, the bullet will follow the left twist. As it leaves the barrel, it will continue to spin, which will give it gyroscopic stability. The stability will give the bullet a longer range and more accuracy. An analogy is a football quarterback throwing a football. If the quarterback put a spin to it in slow motion, you could see the football spiral. A right-handed quarterback will have a clockwise spiral. A left-handed quarterback has a left-handed spiral. The spiral is so that the football could travel more accurate in the longer range. If the quarterback throw the football without a spin to it, the football will tumble end over end. It would be less accurate and it will not go as far. So that is the purpose of the rifling. So when a bullet is fired through a gun barrel, it will pick up the rifling impression of the gun barrel.
Okay. So what are individual characteristics?
Individual characteristics are characteristics that are unique to one, different from the others. Pretty similar to your fingerprints. Even your fingerprints on both your hands, each one is different from the others. That's why they are called individual characteristics. So every gun has its own unique individual characteristics. So when a bullet is fired through a particular gun, that bullet will be marked by that gun with its ballistic signature, or some people call mechanical fingerprints.
So can you tell us about semi-automatic guns as opposed to revolvers?
Both the semi-automatic pistols and the revolvers are considered to be handguns. That means you fire the gun with one hand. The difference between a semi-automatic pistol and the revolver is what happened to the cartridge case once the gun was fired. A semi-automatic pistol is designed to automatically eject the cartridge case after firing. And for a revolver, after you fire the revolver, the cartridge case will stay in the chamber of a cylinder. When the shooter leaves the scene with the revolver, you would not see cartridge case at the scene because the cartridge case is with the revolver.
Okay.
So when we see cartridge cases at the scene of a shooting, that would be consistent with a semi-automatic pistol and not a revolver.
Well, sir, have you testified as a fire expert previously?
Yes, I have testified approximately 232 times.
And in what counties?
Many counties in the state of Florida, as well as in the city of Philadelphia, as well as the U.S. District Court in Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, sir, I'd like tender the witness for voir dire.
No questions on the matter.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I'd like to turn your attention to the time frame of, I guess, starting May of 2022. You were still working for FDLE at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the FDLE reports that were authored by you in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So back in on May the 25th of 2022, did you receive submissions under agency number 221843991 from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What were the submissions that you received?
I received a total of 4 spent casings
Okay.
and 2 projectiles.
All right. And upon receiving these items, what were you tasked to do?
Per the FDLE SOP, I am to identify the cartridge case by the manufacturer, the caliper, and the class characteristics. And also per our SOP, I am to screen the cartridge case to each other as well as screen the projectile to each other.
When you receive these submissions, do they have specific property numbers from the police agencies, such as Tampa Police Department?
Yes, each item do have their agency item numbers.
And then at FDLE, do you also generate your own numbering system when you receive these items?
Yes, because normally the agency has item number there's 8 to 13 digits long. It's too long. So we use a simplified number systems.
Okay.
The reason why is that bullets and cartridge cases are pretty small, and we are required to mark each evidence with the case number, the item number, and our initials, so that the item could be recognized. So if the item number is too long, it's just not enough room for us to mark it.
Okay. Well, sir, in this particular case, you indicated that there were 4 cartridge casings that were submitted to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so can you tell us what testings you did on them and for what purpose?
Are you referring to the cartridge case?
The cartridge cases.
Yes. Well, first I identified the manufacturer, the caliper, and the class characteristics. All 4 cartridge cases were 9mm calibers. They have various types of manufacture, 4 different manufacturers in fact.
They all had 4 different manufacturers?
Yeah, it's 4 different manufacturers.
Okay. And did you, and I'm specifically referring to your June 2022 report, did you indicate that you did, they were microscopically screened?
Yes. That would be our first examination, is to screen the cartridge case to each other, and also screen the projectile to each other. Screening is basically a preliminary examinations. Once we complete our examination, we'll send a report to the agency, and if the agency decide that they want a full microscopic comparisons, they have to resubmit the evidence to us so that we could conduct a more thorough 100% microscopic comparisons.
So what, if any, determination did you make as it pertains to the cartridge casing during your screening?
During the screening, I determined that all 4 cartridge case has the same class, individual class characteristics, as well as similar individual characteristics.
Could you tell us the type of guns that would fire these cartridge casings?
Yeah, based on the markings left on the casing from the gun, because it has a ejector mark, that means it would be consistent with a semi-automatic pistol and not a revolver.
Okay. All right. Now, did you also receive projectiles or fragments in association with this case?
I received 2 intact projectiles.
Okay. And what did you do with them?
Again, I determined the calipers. Both projectiles are consistent with the 9mm caliber bullets. They also have the same class characteristics. That means they have the same rifling characteristics. So I was able to group them into one group.
Okay. Did you make a determination as it pertains to the projectiles? Any specific determination as it pertains to whether it be a 9mm Luger caliber or anything else?
Yes, based on the design of the projectiles, they are consistent with the 9mm Luger caliber ammunitions, which is consistent with the cartridge cases.
Okay. How about the type of firearms or name brands? Did you make any determination as it pertains to that?
No, just based on the projectiles, I could not determine whether it's a revolver or a semi-automatic pistol. Center bullet travel down a gun barrel between a revolver and semi-automatic. There's not much difference.
Okay. Did you make any determination as to whether or not the projectiles displayed rifling characteristics similar to pistols by Smith & Wesson and Ruger and other such?
Yes, based on the class characteristics that I measure of both projectiles, and I enter those specifications into a database, and the database provides me with a list of potential firearms manufacturers. And there were two, Smith & Wesson's and the Ruger.
Okay. Well, based on the screening and the testings that you did in June of 2022, did Tampa Police Department resubmit these items for further testing?
Yes, they did.
And to that end, did you ultimately test these items that we've just spoken of?
Yes, when I received the 4 cartridge cases and the 2 projectiles, I conduct a full microscopic comparisons of the cartridge case against each other and the projectile to each other. Based on the microscopic comparison using a comparison microscope, the 4 span casings were fired in the same gun.
Okay. And then as it pertains to the projectiles, were those resubmitted as well?
Yes, they were resubmitted, and I conduct a full microscopic comparisons using a comparison microscope. One of the projectile was severely damaged, and as well as that the 2 projectiles has different bullet jackets. One bullet has a brass jacket, the other bullet has a copper jacket. So it makes identification difficult, as well as the damage to one of the projectiles. So my conclusion is inconclusive. That means I cannot tell you whether they were fired from the same gun or not. However, I did not eliminate them to each other.
Okay. Were you able to make any determinations as it pertains to the casings in connection with the projectiles that were submitted to you?
They are consistent with the same caliber, which is 9mm.
Okay. Well, sir, I am showing you what is in evidence, as State Exhibit 32B, 32A, and 33. Can you please take a moment and look at these and tell me if you've previously seen them?
I recognize 3 of these packaging by the FDLE case number, the item number, and my initial or my handwritings on the packaging, on all 3 of these packagings.
And are these, in fact, the items that you tested and made determinations on as it pertains to this specific case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. You
we need to address both three. Y'all may be seated already, you know? That's the first thing that popped into my head. So, So I go to Black Rock and learn 260. Ice cold. Ice cold.
which entails photography, latent fingerprint development, and evidence collection procedures.
And were you working back when this case was happened back in May of 2022?
Yes.
All right. Did you go out to the scene or do anything at the scene in this particular case?
No.
How many crime scene technicians are there that work at City of Tampa Police Department?
We're slotted with 18 spots.
18. And so do you all share responsibilities then? And so it could be 2 or 3 or 4 different crime scene techs will work on the same case, doing different things. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Did you get involved or were you tasked with doing anything in the case involving the death investigation of Nilexia Alexander?
I was.
And what were you asked to do?
I went to a search warrant at an apartment complex.
Okay. What date was this?
I believe it was the 1st of June.
All right. And do you recall the location of the apartment complex?
It was off of Lowry Court.
All right. And did you know anything about why you were going to this location and what the search warrant was about or anything like that?
When I was dispatched, no. Once I got there, Detective Wieland and Detective Neitlinger were there and explained what we were going to go in and look for.
Okay. And do you know whose residence this was or where you were?
No.
Okay. And describe for the jury, please, what the residence was like.
It's almost like townhomes, apartment style. You walk in and there was a living room and a kitchen on the first floor. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the stairs were to the left when you walked in, and then the bedrooms would have been upstairs.
All right. And did you go in with the detectives to conduct a search warrant?
Yes.
All right. And what did you see or what did you find when you were conducting your search warrant?
There was some clothing in the living room in a garbage bag that they had particular interest in and pointed it out, and that was what we collected.
The detectives did?
Correct.
Okay. And did you know the significance of the clothing or anything?
No, not at that time.
All right. And what did you do with, did you take photographs of the clothing?
I did.
All right, I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibits G1 through G4. Ask you to take a quick look at those.
Lost your paper clip.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's going to be the bag of clothing that was located at the residence, as well as the shorts that were in the bag.
And does this fairly and accurately depict what it looked like that day when you showed up to conduct that search?
Yes.
Judge moved to have State's Exhibits G1, G2, G3, and G4 admitted into evidence.
G1 through 4 will be admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you, or I'm going to may I publish, Your Honor? All right. So this is kind of the bag of clothing. Did you know whose house this was? I might have already asked you that. Did you know?
I did not.
Okay. Did you impound that bag with clothing?
I did.
All right. And States G2. Is this the bag impounded or taken from the apartment?
Yes.
And I notice it's on some paper there. Is this at the TPD?
Yes, this is back at my office.
Okay. And G3, what is that a picture of?
Those are going to be the shorts that were in the bag. You can kind of see them in the original photo on the top.
Okay. Back in this photo here?
Correct.
Or in that one too?
You can see them in both photos, yes.
Yeah. And then, sorry, this is G4. Is that the back of that pair of shorts?
Yes, it is.
All right. Did you do anything else with these shorts other than photograph them?
Just went through, made sure there was nothing in the pockets. I do believe a little piece of paper was found in one of the pockets, which was also collected. We went over them to make sure that there was nothing else on them, and nothing was of note.
I was about to say, so when you looked at these, specifically looking at State's photograph G3, do you look to see if you see anything, any discoloration, anything that could be considered blood?
Correct.
If you did, what would you do?
It would have been photographed, documented.
And would you do some testing on it to determine whether or not it is blood or?
Potentially, it would have. We would have potentially done a phenolphthalein test on it to see.
Did you see anything on these shorts that appeared to be blood in any manner?
No.
All right. And you looked at both the front and here's 2-4 the back, and you did not see anything?
Correct.
And were those shorts taken and pounded into evidence?
They were.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 27. And ask you if you can take a look at it, open it up and look inside without showing the jury, tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's going to be the pair of camo shorts that we just saw in the prior photo.
All right, does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took it into evidence that day?
Correct.
All right, Judge, we would move that State's Exhibit number 27 admitted into evidence.
No objection.
May I publish, Your Honor? Other than the search of this residence, did you have any other work on this case?
No.
All right, Judge, no further questions of this witness.
Ms. Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you arrived at that apartment on Lowry Court, it was Detective Wieland that was sort of directing you as to what he needed to have done, correct?
Yes, it was Detective Whelan and Detective Nightlinger that were both out there in tandem.
And so you were directed then at some point to collect these articles of clothing, including the shorts that we just saw in State's Exhibit 27, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you visually examined them for potential blood. Did you do any alternative light source testing or blue star testing on the shorts?
We'll use our flashlight and kind of side light it, which is an oblique lighting. It's a technique that would just, enhance if we saw anything there. There was nothing just visually to the eye, and if we were to blue star it, we could have potentially diluted anything. So at that point in time, it wouldn't have behooved us to do that, but no, nothing was noted.
So could have diluted anything. Does that mean like any kind of further processing that could have been done with the shorts?
Not seeing something on, not seeing a suspected blood on there. If we did spray it and there was potentially suspected blood, at that point in time, I don't have the capacity to necessarily test further because it might have diluted it. So at that point in time, our best forth for evidence was to go ahead and package it, and then if they wanted to do something with it later, they could have, meaning the detectives.
Right. If the detectives wanted any further testing on it, then those shorts were available to them. They could have sent those off for additional testing.
Correct.
You're not part of that decision-making process.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you ever requested to do any sort of swabbing for gunshot residue on the clothing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please, Harold?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing else. Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody right?
Yes, Judge. When was the last time you done any gunshot residue testing?
On clothing, we do not do that in
Okay.
our agency on a person a few months ago.
So gunshot residue, you hear about it a lot on TV and stuff, but it's not something that's commonly done. Would that be accurate?
Objection to leaving?
Is it commonly done?
It is not.
All right. All right, nothing further, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
No, yes.
No objection.
You're free to go, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call the next witness.
It was called Sergeant Feldman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sure, it's Charles Feldman.
And sir, where do you work?
I'm a sergeant with the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked at the Tampa Police Department?
12 years.
And what does your job currently entail?
I'm a sergeant over the Marine Unit, Aviation Unit, and Dive Team.
What does your job description pertain to?
Sure, so I mean, there's a few different units there, but full-time I supervise the Marine Unit. I coordinate events, operations, maintenance, training, do the same thing on the Aviation Unit. And then I also supervise the Dive Team, which is a collateral duty. Essentially, divers from all over the Tampa Police Department do that as a part-time job. So we're on call 24/7, 365. We can get called out for anything in water, dive related. We do subsurface and on the surface water operations.
Okay. And sir, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a police officer at the Vero Beach Police Department for about 2 years.
What did your God bless you? What did your job entail there?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. So I'd like to turn your attention to the time frame of August of 2022. Were you working in that time frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in the same capacity that you are in now?
No, at that time I was a detective assigned to our District 1 Detective Division, and I was also still supervising the dive team.
Okay. Well, at some point, were you asked or tasked to do something by Detective Wheeland?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do?
So I was given information that they believed that a firearm was possibly thrown off of the Hillsborough Avenue Bridge into the Hillsborough River for a case that had occurred a few months prior. The details of where the firearm were somewhat vague. However, it was described that they believed it was on the eastbound lanes going over the bridge, and that the firearm was discarded in an unknown location, either on the north or south of that bridge.
Okay. So you just had vague information, but the gun could possibly be in the water.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you receive this type of information, do you normally just go out and set up a dive and then go look for items, or was this a unique situation?
I mean, I wouldn't say this is unique to any other call that I've had, but prior to putting together an operation for a dive, one of the first things that I'll do is I'll respond to the location to survey the site to determine what the plan should be going forward to conduct an effective search in that area.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had this been, I guess what I'm trying to find out is, had this been not a homicide, would you, and given the time frame in that the homicide occurred May of 2022, and you get word of this in about August, would you have still done the dive?
Most likely not.
Okay. So now, turning your attention to August the 4th of 2022, did you take any action as it pertains to this case?
Yeah, so on August 4th, I did put together an operation for August 4th. Myself and 5 other divers responded out to the Hillsborough Avenue Bridge, and we did start a search for the firearm. How
do you go about even beginning to do this process?
So, first of all, we have to determine, as somebody, this is a fairly large area. The bridge itself spans about 100 yards, and we don't know if it's thrown off the north side or the south side. On the north side of the bridge, there's a gap of about 40 feet in between the eastbound lanes and the westbound lanes that something could be thrown off the bridge. And on the south side, it's just wide open. Something could be thrown off. So we have to determine how far we think somebody would be able to throw an item off the bridge while they were moving in a car, which was the information that we got. And then we set up a search pattern based off of that. So the way that we conduct the search is called a jack-stay search pattern. Essentially what happens is you take a weight, a large heavy object, weighs about 20 pounds, and then you take another weight, same object, and it's connected with a rope or a line connects it. And once we determine what the search area is going to be for that dive, 2 divers will go into the water on scuba gear, and they're both going to be connected to that line, and they're going to swim from one weight on the line. So one hand is going to be holding the line, and they're going to swim from one weight to the other weight, and they're going to be searching that area. Once they get to the weight, depending on the visibility or depending on what they're looking for, in this case a firearm, which is a fairly small object, they're going to move the weight relative to what they're looking for in the visibility. So in this case, the visibility ranged from anywhere from 0 feet, so 0 visibility, to about 5 feet of visibility. And they're going to move that weight based off of what their visibility is. So in this case, if you're in 0 feet of 0 feet of visibility, you're going to move it about 1 foot. If you're in 5 feet of visibility, you're probably going to move that closer to 4 or 5 feet. Once they move it, they're going to swim back down the line. And once they get to the next weight, they're going to move it again. They're going to swim to the other weight. They're going to move it again. So they're essentially zigzagging our search area. The benefit to this search is that they're overlapping the search area by zigzagging it. And with 2 divers there's 2 divers so that one, they can safety each other just in case there's an underwater emergency. They can help each other out. But another benefit that happens is that they're overlapping each other's search patterns as well. So not only is the search pattern itself overlapping itself, but the divers are overlapping each other as well. So it makes it an effective search pattern.
Okay. So how many divers total went out on August the 4th of 2022?
There were 6 of us.
Okay. And how long were you out there for?
We were out there for about 5 or 6 hours on that day.
And what amount of distance did you cover?
So essentially, you're talking about the bridge is about 100 yards. You're talking almost 200 yards linear of search area. And that line is 50 feet. So we're searching from 10 feet under the bridge to 40 feet outside of the bridge on both sides of that bridge. And we split the search area into 6 different areas. That day on August 4th, we searched what we thought and I thought would be the most likely place somebody would throw an object off of the bridge would be center span, which is the deepest area. We searched both sides of the bridge in the center span, and then we also searched the northwest side of the bridge on that date.
Okay. And did you find anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Based on that, did you continue a search on another day? Did you or your team continue a search on another day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What day was that?
August 12th.
And how many people went out for that search?
6 as well on that date.
How long was that search?
About the same time frame, about 5 hours.
Okay. And was this new area or ground, or are you searching the same location that you searched on August the 4th?
Same bridge, but we're not searching the same areas. So like I said, we split it into 6 different areas. On August 12th, we were able to complete the search of 2 more of those areas to complete 5 of the 6 areas.
And to be clear, you were the one who organized both dives on
Yes.
August the 4th and August the 12th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on August the 16th, based on, did you find anything on August the 12th, actually?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And based on that, did you and the team, or did the team go out again as it pertains to this case?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you set up that team?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is there someone who determines the location to go to and how the dive would take place?
Me.
That would be you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that on August the 16th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you able to attend the dive?
On that date, I did not attend it.
Do they answer to you after the dive, or what's the protocol where that is concerned?
They essentially report to me before, during, and after the dive. So even if I can't be on scene of a specific operation, I'm consistently updated.
So you are still the supervising sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
On the case, okay. And with this dive, are we talking about yet a new location?
Correct.
Underwater?
This would be the 6th area out of the 6 grids that we broke it up into.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Did you follow protocol in this case?
Yes.
Is there a specific SOP for these type of cases?
Yeah, we have IDPs within our dive team, but
Okay.
a lot of it falls under just proper dive protocols.
Okay. And did you complete your dive control sheets?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, sure. So for any dive that we do, we complete sheets that document where we're diving, what depths we're diving at, what we're looking for, exactly what time every single diver went into the water, what their air pressure was when they went into the water, same time and air pressure when they got out of the water. We document what the surface conditions were, what the water temperature was, what the air temperature was. And all of that is just to ensure that we are checking every box for the case, and some of it also goes into safety in terms of time in the water and time out of the water with air pressures.
Okay. On August the 16th of 2022, did you find the firearm?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And sir, are there certain things that can determine the likelihood of success for a dive such as this?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those things are?
Sure. So, I mean, as I stated earlier, the conditions diving underwater in this area specifically can change, and we were diving in anything from 0 visibility to 5 feet of visibility. So at some points during this dive, the bottom is silty. When you're diving those areas, it literally becomes 0 visibility, can't see your hand in front of your face. So one of the huge things that makes an impact on whether we're going to find an object or not is called the last seen point. So our preference is always to have somebody who has seen an item go into the water, give us an exact location, and still it can be challenging to find that item. In this case, we did not have that, and we also had a 3-month time delay. And there are factors, there's so many variables that can affect the dive in a 3-month time period. There's weather systems that come through. You have currents. This is a tidal area, so you have currents that are incoming and outcoming. You have a dam that opens up near 40th Street. That affects the current. There's wildlife in the Hillsborough River. There's possibilities that could affect the location of an item. And with a 3-month time frame, it's almost impossible to predict if those variables would have affected where this evidence would be.
Now, sir, prior to this or subsequent, have you dived to that same location for items of evidence?
I don't know if I've dove that specific spot. No, I don't.
How
think
about
so.
the Hillsborough River?
Yes.
Okay. About how many times?
50.
And in the 50 times, what's the percentage of you actually finding an item that was purported to have been discarded?
I would say we find an item on probably 70% of our dives.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that there's always something there, though.
Okay. You find an item?
An item that we're looking for.
Okay. And approximately 70%, and in most cases, are those a case in which you know the general area of where the item was discarded?
Yes, those are much more specific details. Just occurred, we have a witness, that drastically increases our likelihood of being successful.
In the time that you've been doing this work, about what percentage of times you find an item you're looking for, in which you have had a lapse of about 3 months? And similar conditions as this?
Very low, probably less than 5%, if not lower than that.
Okay. I would like to show you what has been pre-marked as 36E. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how do you recognize that?
It is a diagram that I created.
Your Honor, at this time, say would move into evidence data exhibit 36E.
No objection.
Yes, let's see about this. Now, sir, I'm showing you what is in evidence as 36E. Can you tell us, using this diagram, the areas, well, you created this, right?
Yes.
Specifically for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what you were trying to document as you created this?
Yeah, sure. So this is a Google image of the Hillsborough Avenue Bridge right at the Hillsborough River. And what this documents, it's not exact, it's estimate, but it documents the different search areas and the dates that we completed the searches. So the 2 boxes in the middle would be the center span of the bridge. That's where
Do you mind standing up
sure.
and kind of pointing us in the directions?
So this is search area number 1, search area number 2. These are both completed on August the 4th. This is the center span of the bridge where the channel is. That would be where I would think the highest likelihood of the evidence would be located. From there, we move to search area number 3. These 3 boxes or rectangles were completed on August the 4th. On August the 12th, these areas, these 2 rectangles or boxes were completed. And then August the 16th, these areas were completed. In addition, this shoreline on this side was searched with a metal detector just due to the depths of it and limited visibility. Nothing was located in the shoreline as well. You can see that the boxes kind of go past the bridge. So we had a 50-foot search line. Essentially, we're swimming 50 feet this way, 50 feet that way, 50 feet this way, etc., all the way across. The reason that we start under the bridge about 10 feet is because when the item hits the water, it has the ability to move based on what the depth is. So the maximum depth in this location is right about 10 feet, depending on the tides. I wanted to ensure that if somebody dropped the firearm off the bridge, let's say they were not moving in a car, they just stood on the side of the bridge and dropped the firearm off the side of the bridge, it could potentially move 10 feet in any direction. So I wanted to ensure that we were completing a thorough search under the bridge 10 feet, 40 feet out off the bridge to make sure that wherever this firearm could have been thrown, we would be searching it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Your Honor, may I have a moment? I have no further questions.
Ross?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Will this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please go, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Wait, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Detective Sackreiter. Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Nicole Sackrider,
And ma'am, where do you work?
Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
12 years.
What does your job entail?
I'm a detective right now.
Okay. And as a detective, you're a detective in the homicide unit?
Not currently.
Okay. Back in May of 2022, were you a detective in the homicide unit?
Yes, I was.
And are there specific functions that go with that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what your job entailed?
We get called out after a homicide occurs, and we try to investigate from the beginning. If we get notified right away, investigate the homicide from the beginning to the end of the investigation.
Are different assignments given to the homicide detectives in the unit?
Yes, we have different assignments for different cases.
Okay. Well, I'd like to turn your attention to May the 6th, 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you respond to a particular location?
Yes.
Where did you respond to?
It was on, I believe it was 100 West Block of Flora Braska Avenue. It's a dead-end street.
Is that in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
Why did you respond to that location?
My Sergeant Lipple, called me. It was about a little after 4 in the morning and stated that the homicide had just occurred and requested I respond to the scene.
Okay. And did you in fact respond as soon as possible?
Yes, I did.
What time did you get to the scene?
About 5:16 in the morning, so about 45 minutes after my call.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
There were already officers on scene. They had crime scene tape around the perimeter to make sure that no one goes in or out to contain the scene, and there were other supervisors and officers on scene as well.
Okay. And the moment you get to the scene, or even before, are you given specific assignments?
Yes, we are.
Were you given a specific assignment for this particular case?
Yes.
What was your assignment?
I was assigned to be the secondary officer, so there's a lead officer, and I work with the lead officer to investigate the case.
Okay. And as a secondary officer or detective, what exactly do you do?
Everything with the lead. We take primary lead of the case. We have other people that assist us if we need help, and we can assign them to help us out with whatever we need. Every case is different, takes us to different places, but so each one is unique, but we kind of know the overall what's going on with the case.
Okay. Upon arriving on scene, did you come in contact with Detective Whelan?
Yes,
Okay. And was he made the lead for this particular case?
he was.
Okay. And as lead, does he sort of direct the investigation to some extent?
Yes, he does.
But at Tampa Police Department, do you function together for the common goal of investigating the case?
Yes, even though we have different assignments, we all work together as a squad, which, we can kind of bounce ideas off each other, help each other out as needed. Like I said, each case is unique, but we work together as a squad, even though we have different assignments.
And so when you arrived on scene, did you make observations as it pertains to the scene, the condition of the body of Nilexia Alexander and such?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were at the scene, did you come in contact with witnesses?
Yes.
And while you're at the scene, are you making sure that these witnesses are interviewed right there on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And is Detective Whelan taking the lead, though, as it pertains to the investigations and questioning?
Yes, he is. We work together.
Okay. Now, are all those interviews recorded?
Yes.
To the best of your ability, you see to it that they're always recorded?
That is correct.
And is it your goal to see to it that they're recorded at the time that the interview even begins? And in some cases, as you're walking up to the location?
Yes.
Okay. Was that done in this case?
Yes.
And is it your goal to have these witnesses sworn to?
Yes.
And was that the case?
Yes.
All right. During this investigation, were you at the crime scene on May the 6th, early morning, as you have indicated, for quite a while?
Yes.
And did you interview the two individuals that were responsible for calling 911?
Yes.
And what are the names of those individuals?
There's a Terry Maddox that we interviewed, and also Eric Walker.
Okay. Beyond that, at some point, did you come in contact with Alan Wallace?
Yes.
And did you interview him that day?
We did.
Okay. Moving on, was a neighborhood survey done that day by Tampa police officers?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of doing that?
As soon as possible, we like to get as much information. So we go to every house looking for videos, witnesses, any additional information that might help us with evidence.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And to that end, did you also go door to door trying to find video surveillance that might have captured anything as it pertains to this case?
We did.
Did you do that along with other officers, or did you do it only with Detective Whelan?
I did with Detective Whelan. Other officers did it before. Usually when officers respond on scene, they try to get information, so they might respond to some residences in the area, but we did that as well,
Okay.
Detective Whelan and myself.
And in this case, were there any videos that you obtained in which Detective Whelan was not around or didn't download?
No, I believe we did pretty much everything together in this case.
Okay. And on May the 6th, what did the bulk of your investigation consist of?
We did the witness statements, and we also, bulk of it was looking for additional witnesses or video.
Okay. And did you continue to work on the case consistently almost through the month of May?
Yes.
And as you would learn more information, would you follow up, you and Detective Whelan follow up with such information?
Yes.
Okay. And as lead, is it Detective Whelan who would then take in all the information more so than you and kind of summarize in detail what work was done?
That's correct.
In this case, did you draft any subpoenas or search warrants?
Yes, I did.
Which ones did you do?
I did multiple. I did a search warrant for the vehicle that we located, the suspect vehicle. I did a search warrant for the infotainment center, which is like the information on the dash that you get for that vehicle as well. I did a subpoena for a phone number in this case. I may have done others. That's what I recall right offhand.
Okay. But even then, when those things are done, it's Detective Whelan that will then document in detail work that is done in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And during your investigation of this case, was it necessary that you and Detective Whelan determine the identity of the individual that you had found at Florida, Nebraska, and North Highland?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did it come to pass that on the day of or so, she was identified as Nilexia Alexander?
Yes, that's correct.
Based on that identification, were you able to follow along and do further investigation in this case?
Yes.
Did a time come that you came in contact with Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
What date was that?
Do you mind if I refer to my report?
You can use your report to refresh your memory.
I believe it was 9 days after the date of the offense, but I just want to check. We did multiple days of searching for video and
Would
looking
it
for
have
other
been May the 13th? Can you check
evidence.
and see if that's correct?
Yes.
Okay.
May the
And
13th.
under what circumstances did you come in contact with Mr. Walker?
We responded to it's giant motor cars that's off of MLK in search for the suspect vehicle we had. We know that it was rented or purchased from that area. And so we responded there and we observed the vehicle, and at that point we made contact with Mr. Walker.
Okay. And when you made contact with Mr. Walker, was he in possession of this Ford?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And did you do anything, you and other law enforcement officers, which were arrested? Did you do anything to preserve that vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was Mr. Walker with that same vehicle, that Ford Fusion?
Yes, he wasn't on the premise. He wasn't inside the vehicle when we made contact.
Okay. Did he acknowledge that it was his?
Yes.
In your presence?
Yes, he did.
Okay. On that day, when you came in contact with Mr. Walker, was he wearing glasses?
No.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as state exhibits F1 through 3. You're recognized person depicted here.
Yes.
Okay. And who do you recognize this to be?
I recognize that as Mr. Walker.
Okay. And do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out by an article of clothing?
Is a white shirt and a jacket.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Will reflect identification.
Okay. When you came in contact with Mr. Walker, was he the person in possession of the Ford Fusion?
Yes, he was.
Was Robert Creed there with him?
No, not at that time.
Did you and other law enforcement officers secure the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And then what did you do with that vehicle?
There's an officer that follows the vehicle from the tow truck. It's sealed by the crime scene technician to make sure that the inside's secure. And then an officer will follow it with the tow company to our impound lot where it's secured.
And was that done
Yes,
in
it
this
was.
particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you and Detective Whelan obtain a search warrant for the vehicle?
Correct. I authored a search warrant that was signed by the judge, and then we executed it that same night.
Did you properly execute it? Did you read the search warrant to the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And was that search warrant executed on May the 13th of 2022 or thereabouts?
I believe it went into the night. I know that we worked a very long day, and we didn't get home till 4 or 5 in the morning. It was very long, so it was either that night of or the morning of. It could have flown
Okay.
in between.
Were you present when the vehicle was searched?
Yes, I was.
Were you present when it was processed?
Yes.
Was it processed for blood?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the information from the processing of that vehicle, were swabs collected from that vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs that were collected.
Is it customary to send those items, the swabs, to FDLE?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
were items that were inside the vehicle also documented, collected, and packaged?
Yes.
In the vehicle, was there a jacket, a black jacket?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Did that jacket later on become relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. I am showing you State Exhibit B 1 through 6. Can you please look at
Thank you.
this item? Is this an accurate depiction of the photograph of the car that you came in contact with on May the 13th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, moving into evidence State Exhibit B 1 through 6. Thank you. All right, publishing F1. Is this as Mr. Walker appeared on May the 13th?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any injury to him? Where there's, do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. State Exhibit F2 and State Exhibit F3. Mr. Walker?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I think there's some confusion as to the exhibit numbers. B1 through 6 should be photographs of the vehicle.
This is F I'm publishing.
I don't think those have been admitted.
I just did. I thought I admitted this.
Referenced them, but you didn't ask the.
I apologize.
It's okay.
I move into evidence State Exhibit F1 through 3.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
F1 through 3 will be admitted.
Okay. I move into evidence, if not done, State Exhibit B 1 through 6.
Those are admitted.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Granted.
Okay. State Exhibit B1. Is this at the Giant Motors lot?
Yes, it is.
And this is how you found the vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was it documented at location?
Yes.
B2?
Yes.
Okay. B3?
Yes, on the vehicle.
Are you familiar with this make and model of a vehicle?
I am.
How so?
Our detectives drive Ford Fusions, similar style, so it's very familiar. A lot of detectives are driving those in our department.
Okay. B5?
Yes.
Now, when you were B6?
Yes.
Okay. When you were reviewing, well, you mentioned that you and Detective Whelan looked for video ad nauseum, correct?
That is correct.
And is it safe to say that in this particular case, Tampa Police Department collected numerous videos?
Yes, that's correct.
And were some deemed to be relevant for this case?
Yes.
But then ultimately there were some that became quite relevant, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so in reviewing these photographs, you said that some of your detectives have driven this exact make and model, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever driven one?
Yes, multiple.
Okay. Do you know if Detective Whelan has ever driven one? Do
Yes.
you know?
I believe he still does.
Okay. So with that, in reviewing the vehicle from the crime scene, I'm specifically directing you to that 3000 North Highland video in which you see the vehicle go to this location and then turn around at the dead end. Do you know the one I'm speaking of?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you able to review that video with Detective Whelan?
Yes.
Did you make a determination as to the make and model of the vehicle?
It appeared to be a Ford Fusion.
Okay. And was this in sync with the information that you had learned from Alan Wallace?
Yes.
Okay. So as you continue to review to work on this case, did there come a time in which well, specifically first on May the 13th of 2022, did you obtain a buckle swab from the defendant, Ronnie Walker?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And I am showing you And did a crime scene investigator, was a crime scene investigator present when this was done?
Yes,
Okay, but you have personal knowledge of that being done?
correct.
Okay, and was it done by Miss Calderero?
That is correct.
Okay, showing you State Exhibit 26, is this the packaging and the information as it pertains to this case for that buccal swab?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 26.
No objection.
Okay, showing you.
26 will be amended.
Thank you. Showing you State Exhibit 24, is this the packaging and information as it pertains to Robert Creed?
Yes, it is.
And did you come in contact with Robert Creed during the investigation of this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you personally package and collect the DNA for Mr. Creed?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, moving into evidence State Exhibit 24.
No objection.
It will be amended as states 24 without objection.
Okay, thank you. As it pertains to DNA swabs, how does one go about collecting a sample DNA from an individual?
There are two swabs. It's almost like a Q-tip, and then you place it into the back, like the molars, the gum area of the mouth, and you wipe against the cheek, and the DNA will be extracted onto the Q-tip and placed in a secured. It's a cardboard box, and then it's all placed into evidence from there after it dries.
Okay. And is the goal to do this, to test this DNA against other possible evidence in the case?
That is correct.
Okay. And was protocol followed in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have talked about a particular jacket that was in the Ford Fusion. You were present during the search of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Showing you what is in evidence as State Exhibit C34. Is this that jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding about the date of May the 6th of 2022? Was it a particularly cold day? You were out there, correct?
Correct.
Was it a cold day?
No.
Did you wear a jacket that day?
Definitely not.
Okay. Now, in your review of videos, I know that you and Detective Whelan collected multiple videos. What was the goal of collecting videos and going from location to location?
In this case, we were looking for a path of travel, the ingress and the egress, to find out possibly where the vehicle had come from, where it went afterwards, if it stopped anywhere, we can get additional video of the occupants of the vehicle.
And did you ultimately get a distance and the direction of travel of this vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you and Detective Whelan document that in a map?
Yes, we did.
Okay. To that end, did you come upon the location of a Thornton's on Hillsborough Avenue?
Yes.
Did video from that Thornton's become relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything significant about that video as we discussed the jacket that we just talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during your investigation of this case, did you and Detective Whelan become aware of a phone number that would have been associated with Nilexia Alexander?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you and Detective Whelan seek to obtain a copy of that 911 call?
Yes.
And is the date for that 911 call April the 23rd of 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. And with that information, did you and Detective Whelan then seek to obtain CDRs and a search warrant for that phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Was that search warrant or subpoena executed in this case?
It was.
Based on the information that you learned from, you and Detective Whelan learned from that phone, did that open up the case more and bring more information to your attention?
It did.
Okay. And is that something that you and Detective Whelan worked on together?
Yes.
Ultimately, did the phone records associated with Nilexia Alexander lead you and Detective Whelan to go to the location of Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what was it that caused you and Detective Whelan to go to that location?
It's called the timing in advance. It shows where, in general location, where the phone is bouncing off the different towers. So it kind of travels along as the phone is moving throughout the area. Not exact, but in a general location.
Okay.
And at some point, that phone was at Tampa General Hospital, which is an island. If you're familiar with the area, it's kind of an island, so only so much land there. Not a lot of houses around there because it's surrounded by water. And so it showed us that specific area, so that's why we responded to the hospital.
And when you responded to that hospital, did you and Detective Whelan request anything there?
Yes, we spoke with the employee there that provided us access to the video surveillance, which the hospital has pretty good video surveillance cameras there, so we were able to review those.
And are any of the video surveillance systems from Tampa General, do any of them actually capture license plates?
Yes, they have one at the exit that captures the license plates as the vehicles are exiting the hospital.
And based on what you and Detective Whelan reviewed, did you collect video from there?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you make contact with other witnesses based on the video from Tampa General Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything significant about the front passenger that you observed from the Thornton's video and from the Tampa General Hospital?
The front passenger in both videos appeared to be the same build and also wearing the same clothing.
Subsequent to you finding and collecting that video, did you ultimately identify that person, Robert Creed?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And based on were you present when Robert Creed was interviewed for the very first time in association with this case?
I recall at the jail, we had an interview.
Okay. And in his initial interview to law enforcement, based on the answers that he provided, ultimately, was Mr. Creed charged with accessory after the fact to first-degree murder?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Would that have been before Ronnie Walker was charged or after? Do you know?
I recall it after, but I don't remember the exact dates.
Will your report or the reports for this case help refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Do you have a
Yes,
copy?
do you mind if I
Okay.
refer?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
It would be on the 28th of July.
That what happened?
Is when we interviewed Mr. Creed.
Okay. Do you know when he was charged?
I believe it was around that date.
Okay. And how about Mr. Walker?
That was prior. What's the exact date? Sorry, I have a lot of dates on here.
Okay.
I don't have the date of the warrant.
Okay. All right. We'll move on. But Detective Whelan would have been in charge of most of that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So ultimately, Mr. Creed was charged with accessory after the fact. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And in any of the footage that you looked at any point in time, did you receive any video footage of Robert Creed, the person that you now know to be Robert Creed, in the driver's seat of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there any additional information that you completed in this case that Detective Whelan was not associated with?
No, the warrants that I wrote and the subpoenas, I wrote them, but he also helped collect the evidence or the results from that. Other than that, we worked together on the case.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Yes, Cross?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
I'll actually just pick up where Ms. Fawcett left off. She asked you about Mr. Creed being charged with accessory after the fact, correct?
That is correct.
What was the probable cause to charge Mr. Creed with accessory after the fact?
In this case, we had him on video directly after the homicide occurred, within a few miles of the scene at the Thornton's gas station. And also the following day, or I guess it'd be the same day, just later in the afternoon, he was also on video in the same vehicle, same location of the vehicle, traveling around after it occurred. So he's been with him the entire time, and has not, attempted to get help, attempted to disclose any of the information during that time.
So essentially, the probable cause was that Mr. Creed was with the vehicle that was believed to be associated with Nilexia's death.
That is correct.
Okay. When Mr. Creed was interviewed, you were present during that July interview, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one that happens at the Pinellas County Jail?
That is correct.
During that interview, there was discussions with Mr. Creed about the charges that he would be charged with in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall him being informed that if he hadn't told you Mr. Walker was the shooter, he was going to be charged with murder?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember that? Do you recall several times during that interview you asked Mr. Creed to tell you, like he's telling a story, what happened to Nilexia Alexander? Do you remember asking him multiple times?
Yes.
Do you also remember every time you asked him that, the only thing Mr. Creed would say is everything that what Detective Whelan said is what happened? Do you remember him saying that?
Can you rephrase what you're saying?
Sure,
I don't
let
understand.
me use quotes actually. Do you recall when Mr. Creed was asked to give you a story about what happened, he responded, everything y'all are saying, that's what happened. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes. I guess if he said that, I don't recall the context.
Okay. Do you remember him saying that over and over and over again throughout that interview?
No, I don't recall that being a repetitive thing.
You don't remember that?
No.
Do you remember the details of that interview much? Let me start there.
Yes.
Okay. If you saw a transcript of that interview, would that help refresh your recollection as to the number of times Mr. Creed said, everything that you all are saying is what happened? Would that help you?
Yes, you can give me the number.
Okay. And would it be more helpful for you to read the entire thing or for me to just point you to the specific locations?
You can point me to the specifics.
Okay. All right, let me provide you with that, and then I'll point you to the specific locations to read.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it was right underneath my computer. Okay, let me direct you to page 6, line 18. You can have a look and review that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
Page 6, line 40, if you can have a look at that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
Page 7, lines 2 through 7, if you can have a look at that. And let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
Page 8, starting at line 32.
Starting at, finishing at?
Line 32.
Just line 32?
Let me tell you where to go from there. All right, line 32. I'm sorry, line 29 through line 32. Does that help refresh your recollection as to whether Mr. Creed repeatedly said, my story is exactly what he said?
Yeah, this is said a few times that you pointed out.
Right, right. So essentially every time someone was asking Mr. Creed, tell us the story of what happened, he was essentially saying whatever Detective Whelan said, that's what happened. Is that the sum of what's going on there?
And that's why we asked them multiple times. We want to know from you, your words, the truth of what happened.
Of course, of course. Okay. You referenced a few times a report that you have. Is that common for detectives and law enforcement officers to write a report with regard to their involvement in this case?
Yes.
And when you write a report, that report is provided to the state attorney's office as well as to defense counsels, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the report that is provided to defendants such as Mr. Walker and Mr. Creed, correct?
Yes.
And that report details all of the steps that are taken during your investigation, correct?
That is correct.
In theory, that's what it's supposed to do. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wrote a pretty lengthy report in this case, correct?
It was 16 pages.
16 pages. And Detective Whelan did the same, correct?
I believe his was a little bit longer.
Probably a little bit longer. He was the lead detective, right?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that there were several other interviews that you were present for the early morning hours of May 6th, shortly after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you interview witnesses, would you agree with me that it is important to separate them so they don't overhear what one another is saying?
Yes.
Is it equally as important not to give the witness too much detail because you want to know from them what happened?
Correct.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
questions? You mentioned that you met with Mr. Walker along with Detective Wieland on May 13th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
That was a pretty lengthy meeting that you had with Mr. Walker, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it spanned over multiple hours, and you all even went to multiple locations.
Correct.
And you went from, I believe, his place of employment to a shopping center, and then ultimately to a district office for additional information, correct?
Yes, I was not present at the shopping center, but the other two I was.
Okay, all right. Mr. Walker voluntarily responded and provided information every step of the way, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you were present for the taking of his buccal swab, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Walker was volunteering, willing and able and cooperative in providing that buccal swab.
Correct. He provided consent.
Same with the car. He was willing to provide you all, I mean, I'm sure he wasn't happy about it, but willing to provide you all with the car to take with you.
That is correct.
And he also had a phone in his pocket that he provided or gave to you, or Detective Wieland.
Yes.
While you were investigating the case along with Detective Wieland, were you aware that there were certain articles being written up in the press about the case and the investigation?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Do you recall seeing or hearing, and I don't want to know what it was said if you do, but seeing or hearing about any interviews given by Nilexia Alexander's mother in the press?
No, I don't watch the news or read the paper, so
Okay.
That wasn't anything I was privy to.
Okay, all right. Can I have a brief moment, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing else. Thank you, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. You have been asked about the conversation that you and Detective Whelan had with Robert Creed.
Yes.
Was there anything in the investigative method in which you interviewed Robert Creed that was inappropriate based on protocol?
No.
And even under the law, is it permissible for a law enforcement officer and a detective such as yourself to tell a witness the ramifications of their actions?
Yes.
And was it necessary for you to allow Mr. Creed to tell you what happened?
Yes.
And during that interview, the first interview with Mr. Creed, did he in fact lie to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he identify himself as a possible person who was in the video at Thornton's and at Thornton's? Do you remember?
I remember him saying it looked like him. I don't recall if he actually identified himself.
Okay. But ultimately, did he admit to being present at the time of the homicide of Nilexia Alexander?
Yes.
Later on he did, but in the first interview, did he lie about that?
Correct, during the first interview.
Is it permissible for one to lie during the investigation of a premeditated first-degree murder case? Is it permissible to do so?
Yes, it happens frequently.
Is it permissible under the law to do so?
No.
Okay. And based on the fact that Robert Creed lied to you and to Detective Wieland about Ronnie Walker and his involvement, was that an obstruction in the investigation in this case?
Yes, it was.
Was it to that end that he was then ultimately charged with accessory after the fact?
That is correct.
And based on the evidence that you had and still have today, did you have any evidence that would link him to the actual homicide?
No.
The shooting? Okay.
We did not.
Are you familiar with the principal theory?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the principal theory, the person who drove to that location and drove away from that location, would that person have been, even if not the shooter, a principal to first-degree murder?
That is.
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance and improper.
Ultimately, in this particular case, is it based on the lie that Robert Creed told that he was arrested for accessory after the fact?
That is correct.
Okay. And would hearing dates of the arrest help possibly refresh your memory as to the arrest dates in this case?
Yes.
So if the arrest date for Ronnie Walker was July the 6th of 2022, does that sound correct?
Yes.
And if the arrest date for Robert Creed was July the 27th of 2022, does that sound correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, while you were investigating this case with Detective Whelan, did you come in contact with a person named David White?
Yes.
Did you ultimately learn that his nickname was Day Day, or D-A-E-D-A-E?
Yes.
Okay. And to that end, did you and Detective Whelan make contact with that individual?
We did.
During that conversation with Mr. White, did he identify Ronnie Walker as the individual in the Thornton's video?
Yes, he did.
In that same interview, did David White identify Robert Creed as the individual coming out of this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. White specifically tell you that he grew up with both of them?
Yes, he did.
Objection to hearsay.
Goes to impeachment.
I'll rule the objection.
Okay. Did he specifically tell you, back then in 2022, when you interviewed David White, did he specifically tell you that they all grew up together?
Yes, he did.
Did he specifically tell you that Robert Creed and Ronnie Walker were often together?
Objection to hearsay as well as leading.
Goes to impeachment, Your Honor.
If you could rephrase it, I'll allow it.
Okay. What did Mr. White tell you about the relationship between Robert Creed and Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He stated that they were together often, that they're known to be friends.
Okay. Did you and Detective Whelan show David White photographs from the video from Thornton's?
Yes, we did.
And what did Mr. White say as to the identification of the individual depicted in State Exhibit E1?
In that picture, that's the entrance of Thornton's. He stated that that's Ronnie Walker.
Okay. I mean, to be clear, he said, yeah, that's Ronnie, and then he said it looks like him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. State Exhibit E4. And again, you're actually showing the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because at that point, you guys are still in the investigation.
And these are still shots from the video?
Are these still shots that were shown as well to these witnesses?
Yes.
Was this shown to David White?
Yes.
And did David White identify Ronnie Walker from this video?
Yes, he did.
Did you come in contact with Erica Sweet at the Giant Motos parking lot?
Yes, she
Okay.
responded there.
Was she there with Ronnie Walker?
No, she came after we made contact with him.
Okay, but did they make it known that they were together?
Yes.
And during the investigation of this case, did a phone number become relevant to this investigation?
Yes, it did.
Specifically, was it a 305 number that was associated with Erica Sweet?
That is correct.
Why? Why was that phone number relevant to this investigation, ma'am?
That was her phone number, and at that time, I wrote a subpoena on that after, or a search warrant after we revealed that number.
Okay. Did there become something significant about the movement of the phone number as it pertained to Erica Sweet and the phone number as it pertained to Nilexia Alexander on May the 6th of 2022?
Yes.
What was significant about it?
Both of the, and as I explained before, the time in advance kind of bounces off towers and shows direction of travel or as the phone is traveling. And at this case, the phone that we had for Nilexia mirrored the path of travel that we had found on the vehicle and video up to Tampa General Hospital, and also prior to. And that night we had the phone for the time in advance for Sweet's number mirrored up to the Thorntons in the same direction of travel that the vehicle and the other phone had went. So if you look at a map, it pretty much goes in the same direction.
Okay. So is it consistent with whoever is in possession of the 305 number that is associated with Erica's suite, and whoever is in possession of the victim's phone in this case would have been in sync, functioning, and moving in the same direction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as it pertains to Erica's suite, did you attend a sworn statement at the state attorney's office with Erica Sweet?
Yes.
And during that sworn statement, did Erica Sweet identify Ronnie Walker in the Thornton's video?
Yes.
Were you present during the interview of Natal Mirando?
Yes.
Okay. And during that particular interview, was it your understanding that he employed? What was the relationship with him and the defendant?
He was either the manager or the owner of the Giant Motor Cars dealership, and he employed Ronnie Walker at that time.
Okay. And when you interviewed him in this case, was he shown a video from Thornton's?
Yes.
And did he identify Ronnie Walker from that video?
He did.
Okay. And did he provide further information about this case as it pertains to Ronnie Walker?
Yes, he did.
Do you recall what he said about the vehicle?
Objection to hearsay and outside the scope of cross-examination at this point.
It's impeachment evidence based on Natal Miranda's testimony today, and I can recall her, or I can ask her now. She's still my witness. She's still on the stand, and I haven't rested.
Well, I would agree that it's beyond the scope.
Yeah.
Cross. Would you prefer that you recall her?
And on that issue, no. However, and I don't know if we need to approach on the impeachment issue, I think that this is improper.
Yes.
Okay, and was it based on that interview that you and other members of Tampa Police Department then took possession of the vacuum cleaner and all these other items? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. At any point during your interview with Robert Creed, did you or Detective Whelan tell Robert Creed to lie?
No.
Now, the defense has talked to you earlier about the fact that, I think they said that Ronnie Walker was cooperative. Is that what you remember?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, in the time that you came in contact with Erica Sweet, what is the name that you associated with Erica Sweet? Is it Erica Sweet?
I believe Erica Corbett Sweet.
Sweet, okay. Did Mr. Walker tell you that his girlfriend's name was Erica Hudson?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you spoke to Mr. Walker specifically about the name of the person that got out of the front passenger seat of his Ford on May the 6th of 2022 around 3 p.m. 3:20, who did he say was that individual?
I believe it was a coworker.
To see. Do you have access to Detective Wheeler's report?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to use the report. Or any portions of the report that might help refresh your memory. She's going to be able to go through the report to see the entire. Yeah, it's, you can search it, yeah. Your Honor, may I first witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did, you and Detective Whelan, did you ask Mr. Ronnie Walker, who was in the vehicle, in his vehicle with him, on May the 6th of 2022, around 3:20 or so p.m.?
Yes.
And who did Mr. Walker tell you he was in the vehicle with?
At that point, he said Day-Day.
And did you and Detective Whelan determine who Day-Day is?
Yes.
And who is that?
David White.
Okay. And ultimately, have you since spoken to Robert Creed in association with this case?
Yes.
And who, in fact, was in the vehicle with Ronnie Walker on May the 6th around 3 p.m.?
That was Robert Creed.
And does Robert Creed, did he tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. And also, was there independent information based on the video footage from Tampa General Hospital and Thornton's?
Yes.
that last part was outside the scope. Can I have brief
I'm gonna allow you to move.
It's just one or two questions. Sorry about that, Detective. Ms. Bossett was asking you about the conversation you had with Mr. Walker. No one showed him any photographs or videos from the Tampa General Hospital, correct?
Correct.
And when you're speaking with Mr. Walker, this is about, what, 10 days or so after the shooting, correct?
That is correct.
And so when you all are asking him about going to Tampa General Hospital to pick up his girlfriend, you're not showing him any videos or photographs, you're just asking who would have been in the car with you?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
This witness be excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
I have, this paperwork.
I'll come back, thank you.
All right, ladies and